Good morning. The Committee of the Whole of November 15th, 2022 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, we're going to do it a little different today. We're not going to call the roll just yet. I'm going to ask if you have any correspondence to be read into the record. Please.
Yes, Madam President.
Oh, I am Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Madam President, but I'm the chair today of the Committee of the Whole.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, I want to make sure that our colleagues get an opportunity to file into the room, so we're just going to do it a little different just to give them some time. You may proceed.
Letter dated November 14, 2022, from the Honorable Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker to Honorable Senate President Donna Fred Gregory, Chairwoman, Committee of the Whole, 34th Legislature to Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00804. Dear Chairwoman Donna Fred Gregory, unfortunately, I will not be able to attend today's hearing on the Committee of the Whole scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Fritz A. Lewitz Conference Room on St. Croix. I have a family emergency that I must address. I am asking that I be recorded as excused. I do apologize for any inconvenience. Thank you for your understanding in this matter. Sincerely, Genevieve Whitaker, MCJ, MPM, CPM, JD, Legislative Secretary, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated November 15th, 2022. Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, President, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00802. Dear Senator Fred Gregory, I will be late in attending the Committee of the Whole scheduled for today, Tuesday, November 15, 2022, due to a previously scheduled engagement. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause and look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for your kind consideration in this matter. Respectfully, Kurt A. Ville, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated November 15, 2022. Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairwoman, Committee of the Whole, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golding Rock, Christiansted, Virgin Islands, 00820. Dear Madam President Fred Gregory, please excuse my absence from the start of today's November 15, 2022 Committee of the Whole meeting due to an unforeseen circumstance. Therefore, I am respectfully asking that I be excused until my arrival. Thank you for your consideration and understanding. Sincerely, Samuel Carrion, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated November 15, 2022. The Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, President, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00804. Dear Madam President, due to previously scheduled travel, I will be absent from the Committee of the Whole hearing, scheduled for 10 a.m. on November 15, 2022. Please mark me as excused and be sure to send any pertinent information regarding the meeting to my office. I apologize for any inconveniences this may cause. Thank you for your kind consideration in this matter. Respectfully, Senator Javon E. James Sr., 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Madam President, this concludes the reading of all correspondences.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm now going to ask for the roll call, please. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Bryden, present. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr.
Present.
So we're having a little challenge with our seeing our chambers in St. Thomas. So we need to figure out how to ensure that the senators are able to. Okay, perfect. Senator Bocas is present.
Senator Bocas, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, excused. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Absent. Senator Carrion is absent. Just record them as if they don't answer, they're absent or present.
Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. I'm here. Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Here.
Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Senator Potter is present.
Senator Potter, present. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru. Senator Saru.
Senator Saru is absent.
Senator Saru, absent. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, absent. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, absent. Madam Chair, we have 9 present, 6 absent.
Okay, we have an established quorum. Please mark Senator Samuel Carrion, based on the correspondence read, as tardy, and Senator Viale and Senator Javon E. James Sr. and Senator Genevieve Whitaker as absent, excused. Thank you. So good morning again to my colleagues, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, and good morning to our testifiers. You've been sitting here for at least a half an hour, so thank you for your patience. Before I begin today, I would like to thank the people of the St. Thomas St. John District for their overwhelming support of my reelection to the 35th Legislature, and I promise to continue to do my due diligence and serve the people of not only the St. Thomas St. John District, but the people of the United States Virgin Islands. So thank you. And I'm certain that my colleagues will echo similar sentiments this morning. Today, we are going to receive testimony from on 5 zoning map amendment applications and a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and the Christiansted Harbor Resort Hotel and Marina LLC. Colleagues, we have a robust agenda to complete today, so we are a few minutes behind, so I really want to catch up, so we're going to get started immediately. So I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to read today's agenda into the record.
Committee of the Whole official agenda. Block number 1, Marco St. Croix, Inc., ZAC-22-10, request to rezone plots numbers 1-K and 1-L, Estate Diamond, Queen Quarter, St. Croix, from R2 residential low density, 1 and 2 family, to C commercial. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Shawn Baptiste, applicant, Leia LaPlace-Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Retes Allembert, ZAC-22-11, request to rezone plots number 34-A, Estate Two Brothers and Smithfield, West End Quarter, St. Croix, from R3, residential medium density, to C commercial. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Retes Allembert, applicant, Leia LaPlace-Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Block number 2, Ada and Jihad Misbeh, ZAC-21-3, request to rezone a portion of the remainder of Estate Beeston Hill, South portion, matricular number 6A, Company Quarter, St. Croix, from R1 residential low density to B3 business scattered. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Atta and Jihad Misbeh, applicants. Leia LaPlace-Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Estelle McIntosh, ZAC-22-9, request to rezone plot number 9E, Estate LaGrange, West End Quarter, St. Croix, from R2 Residential Low Density 1 and 2 Family to R3 Residential Medium Density. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Estelle McIntosh, applicant. Leia LaPlace-Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Department of Public Works, ZAC-22-8, request to rezone plots numbers 73B and 271, Estate Concordia, West End Quarter, St. Croix, from R3 Residential Medium Density to P Public. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works, applicant. Leia LaPlace-Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Block number 3, lease between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Christiansted Harbor Resort Hotel and Marina, LLC. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Anthony D. Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement, and Christopher Pardo, Managing Member, Christiansted Harbor Resort Hotel and Marina, LLC. This concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So now we're going to ask the testifiers and the applicants to kindly place their name and title, or what lease they're representing on the what zoning requests they're representing on the record. Of course, we're going to begin with the government. I think I saw Mr. Richards for DPNR, the Assistant Commissioner of DPNR in St. Thomas. Mr. Richards, can you please place your name and title on the record?
Good morning, Madam President. Keith Richards, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, representing the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Mrs. LaPlace-Matthew?
Good morning. My name is Leia LaPlace-Matthew with DPNR's Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning. And with me today is Ms. Jewel Polimis, our planning technician.
Thank you, Ms. Jewel Polimis. Can you please put your name and title on the record?
Good morning, Madam President. My name is Joel Polimis, Planning Technician within the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning.
Thank you. And we have representatives of ZAC 22-10 and ZAC 22-11. So we're going to start with the representative for Marco St. Croix. Please put your name.
Good morning. My name is Shawn Baptiste, Senate President Donna Fresh Gregory, Committee and the whole Senate and all of the staff of the legislature.
Thank you. That's perfect. ZSC 22-11, Retes Allembert.
Good morning. Yes, Retes Allembert.
Retes.
Retes.
Retes. Okay. Put your name again on the record.
My name is Retes Allembert.
Thank you. All right, so now we're going to proceed, and I'm going to ask the testifiers, the applicants, to please put on the record their testimony as it relates to their lease. So we're going to start with the first, I keep saying lease, the first rezoning on the agenda, and that is Marco St. Croix. So we're going to ask Mr. Shawn Baptiste to please place your testimony on the record. You may proceed.
Good morning. My name is Shawn Baptiste, the owner of Marco St. Croix Trucking, 100% owned, locally business, have a lot of different other business entities. I'm here today to present of the rezoning of Diamond. I'm trying to rezone it per a water complex, whereas we desalinate the water and have drinking water for our community. because in the past times we have problem issues with the Virgin Island Authority dealing with our businesses and dealing with our customers that when they have line bursts or what's not, it affects my customers. So I'm going to have a RO plant that is going to purify the water. So in any inconvenience of dealing with my customers that out of water, we could photo supply them. And also it's a good thing throughout the Virgin Islands because we could also supply the Department of WAPA with the purified water too, because we're right next to the main line that heads Registered. For instance, if you guys have a water line that is bursting in Christiansted, sometime the people in Registered are affected by not getting water. So centrally, Sunny Isles, this for next, we could tap into the main line for WAPA and we could also feed the community water. And also we are having office space building that we want to put upstairs. We have a lot of local businesses who would like to pretend themselves and its office space within that community is very hard. So we are putting up an office building that we could deal with the community too.
Okay, and now I'm going to ask I'm trying to figure out how best to do this to make it effective. I'm thinking I'm going to move to Retes, Allembert. Please put your testimony on the record for ZAC 22-11. And then we're going to hear from DPNR and boat to expedite today.
All right, good morning. My name is Retes Allembert again. Pretty much I'm just going to read my testimony that I walk here with. I'm pretty much applying for a zone change to accommodate a car rental agency. So pretty much this testimony is to voice my request for a rezoning map amendment for the purpose of implementing a car rental agency. The business name is Hibiscus Car Rentals, LLC. This request comes as a result of a need for the people of our community. Hibiscus Car Rentals, LLC will serve our community by filling the need of residents with transportation concerns. Hibiscus Car Rental, LLC will be convenient and available to service residents and visitors located on the west side of our island and surrounding areas. There are rising concerns that the town of Frederiksted can use more businesses to generate services that complement our community. I propose that Hibiscus Car Rental LLC will be one of many solutions. We also have a number of resorts and tourist locations in the area, and Hibiscus Car Rentals LLC will help generate more amenities for our cruise ships and tourist attractions. This car rental agency will provide ease of travel for our local residents and our island visitors. Hibiscus Car Rentals LLC is committed to excellence and improving our community. As all business owners, Hibiscus Car Rentals LLC strive to secure generational wealth for our families. We want better way of life to be extended to our children and loved ones. As this is a solution that focuses on our family needs, it also will focus on our community needs as well. We are making our island a better place to live, and I really pushing for a zone change to allow this car rental agency.
Thank you for your testimony. Who represents the Department of Planning and Natural Resources today?
Okay. Good morning, Leia LaPlace-Matthew with Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning. I'll have Ms. Pulimis read the first report for Marco Sincre.
You may proceed, Ms. Pulimis.
Good morning once again, everyone. Report on petition to amend official zoning map number SCZ-12, application number ZAC-22-10. Petition of Marcus and Croix Incorporated, requesting that plot numbers 1-K and 1-L Estate Diamond, Queen Quarter St. Croix, be rezoned from R2, residential low density, 1 and 2 family, to C, commercial. Owner applicant, Shawn Baptiste, as per warranty deed dated December 28, 2020, document number 2022001-292. Acreage. The property comprises of 1.4129 combined acres and described on PWD drawing number 2526. Current use. There are 4 wells on the property, however, they are not in use. An underground cistern is currently under construction. The property has been used in the past as a water company, Diamond Water. The previous water company operated under Section 234 of the zoning law, non-conforming uses. Section 234H states, any non-conforming use of land or building which has ceased by discontinuance or abandonment for a period of 3 years shall thereafter conform to the provisions of this subchapter. The non-conforming use of the property ceased over 6 years ago. The applicant intends to expand the footprint of the previous non-conforming use, and Section 234F states, no building occupied by a non-conforming use shall be extended or enlarged in any manner except as may be required by law or regulation or changed to a conforming use. Proposed use, a water distillation plant and multi-unit office complex. Surrounding uses and zones. To the north and west are business complexes and gas stations. To the east is a security company and wreck storage service. To the south is the Melvin Evans Highway and various business operations. Surrounding properties are zoned R2 and B3 business scattered. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by the water distillation plant. Wastewater will be handled by the public sewer line. Public response. Prior to the public hearing, one adjacent property owner registered no objection to the proposal via telephone. At DPNR's public hearing held August 11, 2022, 2 adjacent property owners, through their attorneys, registered their opposition, and subsequently 1 submitted a letter. Below is a summary of the reasons for opposition. 1. Privately owned road plot 1-B has been blocked and lawsuit has been filed seeking injunction to have gate removed. 2. Guttering along road clogged without permission. DPNR's Division of Building Permits Floodplain Management Program did conduct inspection and it was found that previous pipe was undersized. With DPNR's approval, flood improvements were made to eliminate flooding in the area. 3. Impact of well on water table. Other property owners in area have wells and concerned with land subsidence. DPNR's Division of Environmental Protection studies the water table with gauges placed on permitted wells to monitor the quantity of water extracted each month. 4. Proposal really asking to allow industrial use of property. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Ms. Janella Simon, Chief of Staff, and Mr. Shawn Baptiste, CEO of Marcus & Croix, testified the intent is to source their own distilled water to consistently provide 24/7 service. The company relies on WAPA for distilled water, and by having their own plant, they can provide faster water delivery services. A water distillation plant as well as multi-unit office complex for leasing will be constructed. The L-shaped 2-story building will be constructed in 1 phase, taking less than a year. The plan is to move approximately 30 employees to the site from Macro's water division and provide bottled water and manufacture ice. The distillation plant will be automated, allowing 24/7 access to water delivery trucks. The office complex will provide space for 14 tenants and has garnered interest from potential healthcare industry tenants. The requested C commercial zoning was intended for light industrial manufacturing uses to be located away from the central business districts that cater to pedestrians and tourists and does not permit residential use. It permits over 200 uses, some recognized as potential detriments to dominantly residential neighborhoods. The properties are in a corridor of Estate Diamond, Queen Quarter, that has received 14 zoning map amendments to allow businesses, and the area also has non-conforming business use. Residential activity has declined due to business activity, and 14 zoning map amendments have been granted in the past for B2 business secondary neighborhood and B3 zoning. All the uses proposed by this application would not be permitted under the C commercial zoning district, and the department notes use variance would be needed. Rather than the C commercial zoning, the department recommends the properties be rezoned to B2 Business Secondary Neighborhood. The B2 zoning will keep the property in conformity with the business zoning and character already found in the area. Recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that plot numbers 1-K and 1-L Estate Diamond, Queen Quarter, St. Croix be rezoned from R2 Residential Low Density 1 and 2 Family to B2 Business Secondary Neighborhood with use variances to allow water distillation and processing and ice manufacture and sales. Signed, Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated 8/31/2022.
Good
Thank
morning
you.
again. And the second report, I'll,
No, I'm gonna do this a little different. So
Okay.
I'm gonna ask the media division to bring up the maps and visuals of this particular location that we're discussing. Media, thank you. So I'm going to ask DPNR to just provide a quick explanation of what we're seeing on the screens.
okay, so on the screen is the conceptual of the Diamond site. You'll see the L-shaped building that will house the water distillation plant and offices. You'll see Melvin Evans Highway to the south of the properties. Another site
Next slide.
plan. Next one. And these are photographs showing the site. There's currently construction going on. It's an underground system that's currently being constructed. Next. More photos showing the ongoing construction. Next. More photos of the ongoing construction. And this property is to the east. It's the Galloway's building. Next.
Next slide.
That's the site construction again. Next picture. Next photo. So more pictures showing the property to the east, the Galloway building. And site construction. Next. The building will be a 2-story building. Next. Conceptual site plan. Next photo. Conceptual. Next photo. Next photo. Okay, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, you should have copies of the photos and the site plans that we just saw on the screen for your perusal. It should be in on the legislature's drive for this committee. Okay, Mrs. LaPlace-Matthew, you may proceed with ZAC 22-11.
Okay, good morning again. Report on petition to amend official zoning map number SCZ-10. Application number ZAC-22-11. Petition of Retes Allembert requesting that plot number 34A, Estate Two Brothers and Smithfield, West End Quarter, St. Croix, be rezoned from R3, residential medium density, to C, commercial. Owner applicant, Retes Allembert, as per warranty deed dated October 21, 2014, document number 2014003674. Acreage. The property comprises of 0.2296 acres as described on drawing number 4912. Current use, a 2-story occupied single-family residence and a home-based phone and tablet repair business. Proposed use is to add a car rental agency. Surrounding uses and zones, there are residences and vacant land to the north, south, and west. To the east are a church, gas station, restaurant, and bakery. The surrounding area is zoned R2, residential low density 1 and 2 family, R3, B3, business scattered, and C, commercial. Infrastructure. Water needs are supplied by the public water line. Wastewater is handled by a septic system, but the area has access to the public sewer line. Public response. Prior to the public hearing, one adjacent property owner registered no objection to the proposal via telephone. At DPNR's public hearing held September 12, 2022, no oppositions or concerns were expressed with the proposal. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Mr. Allembert, assisted by Ms. Marsha Daniel, testified the intent is to rezone the property to allow for car rental agency. The agency will start with 1 to 3 cars, and the residential and repair business uses will continue. There is sufficient parking on the property, accommodating up to 10 vehicles. There will be 1 person employed, and hours of operation will be kept the same as the repair business. Monday to Friday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. The current R3 zoning allows 85 uses, 38 by a matter of right, 31 as accessory uses, 15 as conditional uses, and 1 subject to the wireless facilities and support structures, rules, and regulations. Retail, office, and other non-residential uses such as car rental agency are allowed as accessory uses or subject to conditions. A hotel/guest house and/or apartment complex of 5+ units would need to be on the site in order to allow the car rental agency as an accessory use. The area has developed with a mix of residential, business, and commercial uses. In analyzing the applicant's request, the department considered the appropriateness of the requested C zone for the proposal. The requested C zone does not allow for residential use. An adjacent property was rezoned to B3, and that zone allows for mixed-use development. There were no concerns expressed by the public, and the already developed site complies with the B3 development provisions. The B3 zone is appropriate for the petition because it was primarily intended to permit small, neighborhood-serving retail businesses within residential districts, usually a single store or small strip mall. The B3 zone was established to accommodate the interspersing of business uses in residential areas. The department's recommendation is to recommend that plot number 34-A, Estate Two Brothers and Smithfield, Western Quarter, St. Croix, be rezoned from R3, residential medium density, to B3, business scattered. Signed by Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated October 13, 2022. And that concludes the department's recommendation.
Thank you, Mrs. LaPlace. We're going to ask the Media Division to bring up the maps of this particular location. Mrs. LaPlace?
So we have a photo of the site. Next photo. So that's the building in the back, which is residential. Next photo. Again, the residential building on the property. Next photo. And across the street, you have a church, a retail shop. Next photo. Surrounding area, some residential, undeveloped land, a church. Next photo. And that's showing the parking area for the site. Next photo. That's just the building itself. Next photo. The residential building. Next photo. Parking area for the site, and you can see across the street the business uses. Next photo. That's the site again. Next photo. Across the street, business uses and a church. Next photo. That's the plot plan showing the current developed site. Next photo. Current building on 2-story building. Next photo. Okay, that's the end.
Thank you. So colleagues, initially we were going to go to a 3-minute round. And if we go to a 3-minute round, we're going to have to stick with 3 minutes. So when time is called because we started late. And the last item on today's agenda, I suspect, will take some time. So we're going to go to 3 minutes, and we're going to start with Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, and I'm going to ask all colleagues that are present today to please stick with the 3 minutes. Senator Francis Heiliger, you may proceed with your 3 minutes.
Good morning to my colleagues, to the testifiers, people of the territory. I'm going to jump into it. I got 3 minutes. Well, when it comes to, I'm going to tackle the first one as it relates to the water plant and the commercial space. The first question I would like to ask to the individuals that are here, do you have a problem with it being turned over to industrial based on the recommendation of DPNR?
I guess based on the different businesses that I want to proceed, if it's going to be a problem, yes.
So they were suggesting, based on all the things that you want to do, ice, water, all of those technically fall under manufacturing. So you would have an issue if we went ahead and did industrial versus what you're requesting, which is commercial. Did you purchase the land
Yes,
as
sir.
the specific zoning it was, or was it passed down to you? Has it been in your family? What's the situation with the land?
I purchased the land as it was. That's when I first started.
Okay. So
When I-
you purchased a land that is residential, and you're asking us to change, and DPNR is recommending something else. Okay, I got that part. I did read a letter here, and this is to DPNR. I did read a letter for one of the surrounding neighbors from their attorney in opposition to this. And one of the things they brought up in that letter, they spoke about the potential environmental impact, specifically with the drawing of the water and all of these additional things from the well. Did DPNR do any type of environmental impact that this particular type of business will have in the area? Because so many other people use the well as well in the area. And now to put a commercial business that it's going to be drawing on this well as well as using WAPA, have you done any type of study as to what's going to happen?
The studies come with the permitting of the well. So that would fall under the Division of Environmental Protection when the well permit is applied for. So they already have permitted wells in the area that they would look at how much water Marco would request to draw from the same area.
So they
30
would
seconds.
be able to pull up. Okay. Let me jump to the second one, the car rental business. I support business. I don't have a problem with it. Did you purchase the land at this zoning, or was it passed down to you?
I purchased the land at the current zoning.
Okay. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't like that. That is something I've never really liked. But my chairperson said we got to stick to 3 minutes. But I support business. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. And of course, we can always have offline conversations with these applicants. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted for Ms. LaPlace-Matthew to, I guess, re-indicate in respect to the fact that there was a water company there prior to the purchase of the land. So it's a similar business that's being established and nothing new that's occurring there. Is that correct?
Correct. There was a grandfathered water company that ended over 6 years ago.
And because, of course, it's changing hands from the previous owner to a new owner is why there's a conformity request being made at this point.
It's twofold. The grandfathered use ended, so the code states, you have to become conforming. The second thing is that they want to expand what was originally there. So the code again says you cannot expand a grandfathered use. So the request is to get rid of those, compliance issues under grandfathered use.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you for that, Senator Francis. And I am very happy that you asked the question because, of course, I'm from the St. Thomas, St. John district, and we don't know all of the nuances. And I believe it's so important when the reports are provided by the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, that should have been said because we didn't know that. At minimum, that should have been included in the report that, in fact, there was a similar company doing similar business there in the past. So let me just ask this quick question. I'm going to go on to the second. Senator, and my question is, are the wells, how many wells is it?
4.
And are they currently in use?
No, they're not.
And how long have they
It's
not
been
been
over
in use?
6 years.
It's just 6 years. Okay. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. Senator DeGraff is on the Teams. Senator DeGraff, are you there? I'm going to move on until he comes up on the screen to Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Are you there? Senator DeGraff? Okay, we're going to move on until we could get it right. In the interest of time, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I like when business and young people, when we gain business and expand. And when DPNR approves you, you ain't gonna fight with me. None whatsoever. So I don't have no load of questions for you guys. I know that there was about the business in your area before, so I was questioning a little bit about the amount of water that will be drawn from the well. That's the only concern I really have. And I think the question was answered there. How many wells there? And is there a regulation as to how much water can be drawn from the well?
Yes, DPNR normally puts a meter on the well and permits you to get a certain amount of water a month.
Well, then once that regulation is there, then I don't have no kind of issue at all. And Mr. Retes, I really want to salute you. You're a young man that's trying to strive. And my only question, you understand that this is a risky business here you're getting into, right?
I do understand.
You understand insurance and stuff like that? How much car you intend to have when you get that full base with your business?
Right now, just to start off, like I said in the letter, we're going to start off about 2 or 3 cars. Not sure exactly what it's going to expand to, but maybe about 10, maybe less. I don't know.
Rental car business is always needed. When festival time comes, people could barely get a car. So
Right.
I don't need 3 minutes. This is a no-brainer for me with both of you guys. I definitely will be supporting it in the affirmative when the time comes. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator DeGraff, are you ready? Senator Bolkes, Angel Bolkes, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the people.
You'll go next, Senator DeGraff. Senator Bolkes has already started.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. And thank you for your support. My questions are concerning this development. It seems like most of the information is right on point. However, I have a few questions concerning the wells. It's common knowledge that most wells in that area surrounding the refinery have been contaminated. In the event that those wells are contaminated, what is your contingency plan to move forward?
That's for me? Oh, yeah. The wells have already been checked. Like they said, it was a previous water place. For when I first started in 1999, that's where people used to buy water from. And until this point, I already had someone go out and check the well. The wells are pumping. They're producing good water. We already took the water for analysis to the lab, and everything seemed perfect at this point.
Okay, excellent. Now, does the property also have an easement to create an alternative exit? Based on what I understand, there's one way in and out, and you would technically have to cross the double lanes in order to go back around to head west in the event that you would have to deliver water into the western area of St. Croix. Are there plans to create an easement for such traffic or mobility to deliver water?
That's incorrect. It does have an easement by Kiki's Water. The government have, if you look on the plan, the government have an easement going right into the property from the grandfather law, and the easement still stands.
Okay, so you would have to develop that easement further, or is it currently being used?
It's currently in use. What I did, I'm into the paving business. I went ahead and paved some asphalt going right into the property. It's right in back of Kiki's and Diamond Girl. That piece of portion, it goes straight into the property. So it's an existing road as we speak.
Okay, excellent. Concerning the gauges attached to the wells of the adjacent owners, has there been any impact in terms of the reduction of water from the water table due to extracting water?
To be honest with you, that St. Croix in Sunnyers is the biggest type of the water table of the aquifer. You have Galloway Water. He used to sell water right next door. He doesn't sell water like that no more. So I don't know of any other wells around the area that is impacting. We never had a problem. I have been pulling water from that property for years, and the more you pull water, the more water comes. So I don't know where they have to get the analysis from.
Time.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bulkes. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. DPNR, do you know, based on the last speaker, the amount of water in that water table? Do you have a number in terms of gallons?
That's a point of inquiry.
No,
Point of
that
inquiry, sorry.
I'd
Okay.
have to request that from Division of Environmental Protection.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. We're going to move on to, I think Senator DeGraff is ready. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. Okay, so we're going to move on again. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Pleasant good day to everyone. I wanted to focus most of my question to DPNR regarding, and just following up with my colleague regarding the water management. Sorry. You have this well being used from different other entities, and you manage that, correct? Through the chair, would like to request, I'm sorry, the environmental protection studies. Madam Chair, could you pass on to the next person? I'll put my time on hold. I got water. Sorry.
Please take the comment from the senator, please. Let's see if Senator DeGraff is. Madam Clerk, could you let me know how much time, Senator?
That was fun.
Senator Joseph, 2
Joseph
minutes,
has-
26 seconds.
Okay, so we're going to start her with 2 minutes, 26 seconds. Once we resume, did we get clearance from Senator DeGraff? Is he ready? Senator DeGraff, where, oh, where are you? I'm going to give Senator Joseph a few minutes, so we're going to move on to Senator Potter.
I don't know what.
Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to our testifiers. I really have no real issues with the applications that are before us. today. It is really heartening to see Virgin Islanders pursuing business development. I think it's a very positive thing. I believe Mr. Allembert mentioned that he is securing generational wealth with his business. And I applaud that. I want to ask the two gentlemen before us they can just give us a little more about the scope of your business. Where do you see your establishments should this zoning application be approved? Where do you see your business within the next 5 years? Beginning with Mr. Baptiste and then Mr. Allembert.
Yeah, good morning. I see my business in the next 5 years. Once it's rezoning, I will be able to assist the government with some of the issues with when they have a bus water line in different areas, dealing with the community too. As we know, we've been having a problem with the seawater and the seaweed coming into the desalinating plant that they have. With that, we won't have that issue. I will be able to fulfill the community with good drinking water. Also, dealing with the complex of the office buildings, you have a lot of other businesses would like to get in business, but they just don't have a place of business to be. So I would see it's more beneficial to the community than anything else.
Mr. Allembert?
Yes. Okay, currently at the moment, the property is being used for cell phone repair. I run a company called Croix LLC, where we fix all cell phones, tablets, smartwatches, and also, we also tackle a lot of other problems that customers walk in and have, including our seniors and our elders. I spend a lot of time with them, helping them with cell phone issues and problems. What I intend is to increase the business to accommodate the car rental agency, like I say, and in about 5 years, man, the sky is the limit. I would like to reach the maximum capacity of how many vehicles I can possibly get, and also the repair business growing.
30 seconds.
Okay. In conclusion, I wanted to ask DPNR with regards to ZAC 2210. I noticed on the public response number 3, impact of well on water table. Other property owners in the area have wells and concerned with land subsidence. I just wanted to get a little elaboration on that. What is that?
Good morning. That's where you have basically the earth is empty and it would collapse. So they're concerned with the water being drawn out and there's an empty space and there being collapse of the earth.
Time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Could you elaborate on that a little bit more, please?
It's where the water is drawn out from underground, and that pocket of earth that the water is in, if it's empty, the earth can collapse. We see it in Florida, sinkholes.
Okay, so is there some sort of, I don't know what to call it, study or process by which the Department of Planning and Natural Resources does to ensure that the wells are continuing to spring water?
Yes, so that's where the Division of Environmental Protection will place the gauges or the meters on the wells to monitor the amount of water that's being taken out.
And I think you said that before, and how often does that occur?
They look at it monthly.
Every month. And if there is a situation where the department sees that the wells are not springing more water, is there a process by which to close off those wells?
Yes, they'll limit the amount that the permitted wells are drawing out. They'll limit the amount they're allowed to draw out.
And there is a system in place to ensure that that occurs?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Joseph, are you ready to start with your 2, Madam Clerk? Senator Joseph, time was how much?
2 minutes, 26 seconds.
Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes, 26 seconds.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman. I do apologize for that. Don't know. It's just a social. It's maybe something health-wise, but there's a phrase called social determinants of health, and I look at that from the aspect of what is being proposed, especially for by Mr. Baptiste. So, Mr. Baptiste, have you looked at any environmental studies for the property that you are looking to rezone?
Yeah, we basically had, we sent off the water to the states for analysis, and it came back good, man. Like I said, it was a previous water place. It's nothing different that I'm doing that the previous person was doing before.
Okay, understood. Thank you so much. And now, Mr. The other applicant, tell us how many cars do you plan to have there on site?
On site,
Mr. Allembert.
Okay.
How many cars do you plan or anticipate having on site at this car rental business?
At opening of the business, we plan to have about 3 cars.
3 cars. You're going to start off with 3 cars. Okay. And when you get this rezoning in place, how quickly would you be able to start bringing in your inventory? Or do you already have them on island and start operating your business, your car rental business?
Yeah, the inventory is not in yet. We're just pretty much pending approval. Once approval is met, then, we can get those cars.
Are you getting, okay. And then Mr. Baptiste, do you anticipate what is your anticipated usage of the water well? How many gallons of water you anticipate based on your proposal? I'm sure you as a businessman, do you anticipate using?
30 seconds.
Or collecting?
I can't tell you that because if it rain all year, we don't deliver no water. It's based on the weather.
Okay, I understand that, but you should have a projected amount that you're looking at using every, I would say every month, based on the consumption of
we
people.
go back to the same.
Are you in the water delivery business at all?
Yes, I am. I'm the leading water company in the island.
Okay, so you have an average.
No, but you can't have an average. Every year is different. This year we didn't deliver no water.
I understand, but if you're tracking it, okay, I'm not going to exacerbate that because obviously you may not be tracking it. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Marvin Bladen, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning again to my colleagues and good morning, testifiers, and thank you for your testimonies. First, I want to commend both of you gentlemen for Mr. Allembert for putting yourself forward in terms of creating a business, and Mr. Baptiste for expanding your business. Because I know you've been around for some time and you're versatile like that. So I appreciate both of you guys for putting your foot forward. Let me start with Mr. Allembert first. I know you spoke to 1 to 3 cars to start off with, and you already have a small business in terms of smartphones, etc. And you said you're in a process of securing financing, correct? Financing?
Correct.
Okay, very well. When it comes to your car dealership, new cars?
It's car rental.
I know car rental dealership, but car rental is new cars or used?
Aiming for new cars.
Okay, very well. Because I was going to ask you about securing, having someone to maintain your cars, etc. So most likely they're going to be on warranty, so you'll be fine. Congratulations, and I wish you much success. Mr. Baptiste, I listened to you attentively, and you spoke to assisting the folks in Frederiksted, for instance, when there's water interruption, etc. But based on the conversation I'm hearing, how would you be able to do that in terms of your equipment, number one, to push the water to Frederiksted? What would that look like?
Well, right where we at, the main line that goes to Frederiksted from Wappa is right next to my property. There's 10-inch line that push the water property. Sometimes what we have, Christiansted might have a mainline bus, so therefore it affects Registered. So I'm central, where I could tie into that line and send water for Registered.
And you have equipment that can push that water?
Most definitely, yes.
Really?
Yes.
And have you spoken to WAPA in terms of some type of MOU, etc.?
Well,
agreement?
this goes back to the rezoning, because if it goes commercial, I have to go to the bank for X amount of cash. They're going to want to know it's a commercial facility, and I'm going to give them my proposal in what I intend to do to help the community.
And you spoke to some 30 employees, or are you going to be extending your are you going to need more employees in that respect?
Yes, most definitely, because I'm going to have the bottling company. We're going to be manufacturing our own bottles and dealing with bottling the water. So therefore, you're going to have guys to deliver water. So it's going to take a magnitude of people to get it going, because I personally just see a lot of water coming to these Virgin Islands from Santo Domingo and all over the place. And I think if we purify our own water, we have a better quality of water, because our aquifers are very good.
I agree with everything you said. And water, in respect to water business, is lucrative, and it's a very good investment.
Yes.
And it's necessary and needed. So we talk about full-time employees?
Yes, most definitely. And we're not only looking at the wells, Remember now, we're putting a 2-story building on top of the cistern. So therefore, when it rains, all that water we're going to be able to catch. And then we could purify it with the reverse osmosis plant and feed it back out to the community if it's necessary.
Well, thank you so much for your responses, and I wish you the best. And thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time. I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You talk about a system, how many gallons of water that system will be holding?
1.5 million.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I recognize the presence of Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, you may proceed with your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of Virgin Islands, and good morning to the testifiers that we have here before us today, and those that are also sitting in the well. It's always commendable when we have entrepreneurs and individuals that are from home, from the soil, that are coming before us with their ideas and visions for growth and expansion in the business sector. So I commend both of you gentlemen for that initiative. Mr. Jean-Baptiste, I'm sorry, for expansion of his business. I do have a few questions, and basically will be to the PNR, Ms. LaPlace. In reference to application number ZAC 2210, the department is recommending a change from R2 to B2, but the request was commercial. Can you share a little bit with us why the department has made that decision instead of going with the request?
There's no commercial zoning in the area, and the commercial zone is technically an industrial type zone, and so the department was not supportive of, an industrial type zone smack dab in the middle of a business/residential area. Also, the requested commercial zone would not have allowed the water distillation plant anyway.
So commercial would not allow the water distillation plant that you're
Correct.
stating, which is the main purpose for the plot.
Correct.
And the request. Mr. Baptiste, so you're aware of that the zoning to commercial does not allow for the water distillation production that you want to have there?
That's something I just learned new. To be honest, I didn't know of that. If that's what it takes to make the operation go, that's where we're gonna go.
Okay. So you are satisfied then with what DPNR is requesting, which is to B2 then, instead of the commercial. So now that you're aware that what you intend to place there, the business you intend to place, will not be allowed under the commercial.
Yes, they're the export. I won't go against them. Once it gets facilitate what the community need, I don't have a problem with it.
Good. And
30 seconds.
And when you purchased the property, it was residential then? You purchased it as such?
Yes, I did.
Real. To our brother from that wants to have the rental company, you said your company is established, will be established in Fredericksted area?
It's already established in Fredericksted, yes.
Okay, and what you're looking is now to have the rental component to what you have currently?
Correct.
Okay.
Time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Do we have any senators that has joined us in the St. Thomas, St. John district? No? Any new senators, rather, who are not present this morning?
Madam Chair, a point of clarification.
Point of information or point of inquiry?
Point of inquiry.
You may proceed.
Okay, just to follow up on the previous senator's inquiry, Ms. LaPlace, will Mr. Baptiste still be able to operate, based on your recommendation, a water distillation and processing plant?
Yes, because we recommended use variances in addition to the B2. So the use variances for the water distillation and the ice manufacturing.
So this young entrepreneur will still be able to actually do what he is proposed to do in his initial proposal, correct?
That's what she said. Thank you, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much.
Senator Novalie Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Of course, today we're vetting these measures, and it speaks to economic development as well as business opportunities. So I'm certainly in support of these endeavor because they add to the tax roll. You know, small business continue to be the backbone of the Virgin Islands economy, and I'm definitely in support of that. Quickly, Ms. LaPlace-Matthews, in respect to commercial property, what is the closest commercial property in that area? Is Sunny Isles is commercial?
No, it's B2.
That's B2 as well. What's the closest around? You know?
Closest commercial would be South Castle Coakley, I believe. There's a commercial zone there.
Very well. And quickly, they also spoke about there was a clog situation there, and that had been mitigated. You care to expand and what was done to make sure that was addressed?
The guttering you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes. So when Mr. Baptiste, he's currently constructing the underground cistern, so it was found that the existing guttering there was undersized. So the DPNR had him basically resize the guttering that's there to eliminate the flooding that has been known to occur in that area.
Very well. My time is short. Certainly, Mr. Baptiste is a reputable businessman here in this in St. Croix, and I support that in the territory actually, and I support that. And Mr. Allembert, you known as a sellman. You're moving into car rentals now, so that's a good thing. Again, you see opportunities, and we have to jump and support those opportunities. So, this senator for sure would be in support of both of these measures that's before us in this particular block. Good luck to each of you, and I look forward to supporting this endeavor. Thank you, DPNR, again, not just denying, but rather to make recommendations of how we could fix these requests. I've asked this over and over, and I thank you for continuing to do that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. I don't have any real questions for the 2 applicants this morning, but I want to congratulate both of you, grassroots businessmen. This is how we help to improve our quality of life here in the Virgin Islands. We have to support our small businesses, support businesses, period. Although this is one senator that truly don't believe that zoning has any business or rezoning has any business in the legislature, and I think it should be with the professionals in DPNR. We're still working on legislation to that end, but nevertheless, we are here and we are vetting the applicants. Also, let me just remind individuals that economic development also help our community to thrive. So I am looking forward to supporting both Mr. Allembert and Mr. Baptiste. Man, I want to congratulate you, man. They really bring you in here and make you look like a CEO this morning. I don't think I have seen you with a 32-piece suit on yet, but you're looking the part and you're doing the part. So I'm looking forward to supporting both of you 100% on this. So best wishes and keep on pushing. Hopefully we could encourage more local males to do what you guys are doing. Thank you and Godspeed. All the best. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. I'm going to ask just a few questions. And the first question is, well, let me just first start by saying that I too want to commend these Virgin Islanders for stepping up to the plate and establishing their own businesses. We continue to talk about the importance of economic development in the territory, and one of our responsibilities is to support small businesses. Absent of small businesses, communities do not strive, they do not push forward. So it's our responsibility as leaders to do whatever we can within our purview to support small businesses. So I want to start out by commending you for taking the risk, because it is a risk when you put your money up. You know, it's important that your community supports your business. So I'm going to take the liberty and ask the community as a whole to continue to support your businesses as small businesses here in the St. Croix district in particular. But let me ask a very quick question of Mr. Baptiste. I almost say Mr. Marco. Did you say that you are intending to establish a bottled water business?
Yes.
And that's like awesome. So when you travel throughout the Caribbean, you see all these different types of bottled water. And we buy bottled water. My mom is 90 years old, and she used to boil water. She stopped. She have this bottled water fetish now where she have to buy bottled water. She have them stacked high. So a few years ago, and I say a few, but it's many, many moons ago, Senator Allembert from the Senator at Large Allembert, he brought legislation for WAPA to be the leading bottled water entity. So when government don't do it, the people should do it.
Definitely.
So I want to commend you. Commend you. So absent of any environmental concerns, and I think DPNR has indicated that there aren't any. Is that an accurate statement?
Correct.
Okay. I don't see why I would not be able to support this measure that's before us. So do you have, though, any idea as to how you're going to expand the bottled water business? Because for me, trucking water is one thing, but the bottled water is, if you look around the room, all of us basically are drinking bottled water these days. So you have a Fiji water, so you go rest down with Fiji and bring your water, right? So let's talk about what you're looking to expand that to.
It's basically, it's modernized time now, and you could buy a little bottling robot that could actually make the bottles and have them bottle the water, and it's just a matter of getting them in the stores and what's not. And of me, anyone that know me in St. Croix, I came to the legislature before to get start to finish paving, and As we speak, the roads are talking for itself. It's one of the leading paving company that is giving the Virgin Islands good road at the end of the day. So the battling, to be honest with you, is a walk in the park for me.
So we're going to make it happen.
Definitely.
If
Once I put
this
my
lease
name
is
to it, that's
approved.
it.
Okay. Mr. Allembert. So you currently have a repair business, and it's a computer, cell phone type repair business?
Pretty much, yes, but I don't fix computers. I deal with all cell phones, tablets, and
Okay.
smartwatches.
And you have a structure on the property already?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and what is the proximity to where you're intending, I think we talked about it earlier, but I want you to say it, to place the cars to homes in the particular vicinity?
Pretty much is going to be, we're going to utilize the exact same property, exact same space as the current business.
So how far is that from a home, the closest home to the property?
The X amount of hundreds of feet, maybe.
So it's a ways away? And there isn't any concern?
No concerns at all.
No concerns. Is that
As
correct?
far as I
Did
know.
you get any pushback on this particular zoning?
Well, I wanted to clarify, there is a residence on the property itself, and correct, there was no pushback.
The resident is your resident, sir?
Correct.
Okay, so it's his resident.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Okay. I really don't have any other follow-up questions other than what was cleared up earlier as it relates to the your request of C. You're asking for a commercial zoning, and DPNR is recommending a B2, which is business scattered, correct? B3, sorry, which is business scattered, and a business secondary neighborhood. That's what that is, right? B3 is business secondary neighborhood with a use variance. So the use variance is where you'll be allowed to have your water desalination, processing, and ice manufacturing and sales. When the question was asked of you earlier about if you believe that this recommendation that's coming from DPNR would impact your business, you said yes. So my question for DPNR, was there a clear explanation to Mr. Baptiste that there will be no impact if we were to move forward with the B2 business secondary neighborhood with use variance?
Well, I'll have to clarify that we give the reports, and so it's up to the applicant to read it and ask of any questions. So we do give them a copy of the report.
So I want to make sure that we're clear because of the applicant's interpretation. So the applicant will be able to conduct his business.
Correct, with the
As
recommendation
indicated.
the department gave.
Is there any, do you have any intentions of expanding this business beyond what you've shared with us today?
Just the office spaces upstairs.
Well, that's part of the
Yes.
process, yeah, having an office space. Okay, all right. I don't have any further questions, so I'm going to allow each applicant to, Senator Vele, do you want 3 minutes? Okay, all right. So, but I'm going to allow each of the applicants to, and then we'll ask DPNR to make their closing as well. 30 seconds. A 30-second closing. I'm going to start with Mr. Baptiste.
I would just like to thank each and every one of you of believing in me within my community and giving the ability to serve the community even more.
Thank you. Mr. Allembert.
All right, I'd like to thank everybody who's involved in this to, for allowing us to, continue serving our community with good services and businesses.
Thank you. And we're going to ask DPNR to provide their closing, whether it be the Assistant Commissioner or yourself, Mrs. Matthew.
Thank you. Just wanted to reiterate that the department, in our recommendations, we do look at not only the surrounding area, but the property itself to ensure that what the applicant is requesting does allow what they want, and if not, we recommend modification to their proposal.
All right, thank you. And I want to thank all of the testifiers, all of the applicants and the testifiers that were here today for these two zoning requests. The Committee of the Whole stands in recess for 2 minutes. The committee of the whole is back on record. We are now moving to block 2. I'm going to ask the Madam Clerk to read the agenda for block 2, please. Before I do that, let me just recognize the senators that are present. Senator Kurt A. Vaile and Senator Samuel Carrion, as well as Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. You may proceed.
Block number 2, Atta and Jihad Misbeh, ZAC-21-3. Request to rezone a portion of the remainder of Estate Beeston Hill, south portion, matricular number 6A, Company Quarter, St. Croix, from R1 residential low density to B3 business scattered. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Atta and Jihad Misbeh, applicants, Leia LaPlace-Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Estelle McIntosh, ZAC-22-9, request to rezone plot number 9-E, Estate LaGrange, West End Quarter, St. Croix, from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to R3 residential medium density. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner of Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Estelle McIntosh, applicant, Leia LaPlace-Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Department of Public Works, ZAC-22-8, request to rezone plot numbers 73B and 271 Estate Concordia, Estate West End Quarter, St. Croix, from R3 residential medium density to P public. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works, applicant, Leia LaPlace-Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. This concludes the reading of block number 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we're going to get right into the business of these three zoning requests this morning. I'm going to ask the testifiers to please put their name and titles on the record, and we're going to start with Atta Jihad Misbeh.
Good morning, Senate President Donna Fred Gregory. My name is Atta Misbeh.
Okay, so it's Atta and Jihad. So you're representing?
My name is Atta Misbeh, and Jihad is my brother.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
Okay, so you're representing ZAC-21-3.
Correct.
All right, Mrs. Estelle McIntosh, ZAC-22-9. Please put your name on the record. The mic. Yes, all right. Okay.
My name is Estelle McIntosh.
Thank you. And Department of Public Works, Commissioner Gabriel, please put your name and title on the record.
Good morning, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask, for the sake of the record, for the representatives of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to restate their name and titles on the record.
Good morning again, Leia LaPlace-Matthew, DPNR's Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning. On St. Thomas, we have Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, and with me here on St. Croix is Ms. Jewel Polimas, Planning Technician.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to proceed, and we're going to start with Mr. Atta Misbeh. You may proceed with your testimony.
Testimony, Mr. Kanai, he's my...
Also,
I'm going to be reading.
put your name and title on the record. You are representing ZAC 21-3?
Correct.
Please proceed with your name and title on the record before your testimony.
My name is Alvin Kanai, and I'm an advisor to Mr.
Alvin
Kanai.
Kanai. All right. You may proceed with the testimony.
Good morning, Senate President Donna Fred Gregory and members of the Committee of the Whole. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to share
and discuss an important project I believe will stimulate.
Could you speak into the mic? Pull the mic down? Yes, thank you.
Will stimulate and increase much needed new economic activity and create new permanent employment for residents of St. Croix. My name is Alvin Kenai. I am an advisor to Mr. Smithfield, right, the developer of the proposed project. Mr. Smithfield is a Crucian by birth and has a vested interest in the socio-economic development of St. Croix. We are excited to discuss the proposed plans for the development of Plot 6A Estate Beeston Hill, Christiansted, St. Croix. In keeping with full transparency, I must divulge the presentation evolved from discussions and consultations with the neighbors on issues they were concerned about. We also took into consideration information gleaned from our virtual public hearing with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Our neighbors expressed their concerns. We have since modified our plans to address and satisfy their concerns. We are confident the revised proposals will meet not only the CCZP standards, but will also have consensus approval from neighbors. We believe in being good, responsible corporate citizens. We are seeking / petitioning to amend the zoning map to accommodate construction and development of the remedial of Estate Beeston Hill South portion, matricular number 6A Beeston Hill, rezoned from R1 residential low density to B3 business scattered to allow a mixed-use development. We plan to construct 6 two-story townhouse buildings consisting of approximately 12 units, each 1,500 square feet, for utilization of a modern assisted living complex for seniors and middle income residents. We will develop the appropriate roads for safe entry and exit. The units will have concrete roofs for hurricane protection. There will also be a playground for young tenants. We are proposing a mixed-use project. We have plans for 12 gated condominiums, each about 3,000 square feet, with 2 condos per building. The last phase of the project calls for a shopping pavilion and restaurant for not only the residents of Beeston Hill, but for the entire St. Croix community. In areas where we noted or were advised, we have plans to widen the road by 6 feet, pave it, and install sidewalks for safety at our expense. We are diverting water to the water ponds to protect and any over-rising or any flooding. The first phase will be the condominiums, 1 year to 2 years. The second phase is the construction of the townhouses, 3 to 5 years. The third phase is the construction of the shopping area and restaurant. We have opportunities to choose a franchise restaurant where you can dine in and relax. In response to concerns from the residents and DPNR, we have condensed the project time from 10 years to 7 years, address concerns for surface stormwater runoff, address possible traffic congestion by constructing 6 new roads, which was a concern for the residents of Cuesta Verde, Herman Hill, Beeston Hill, and Maison de Poncieri. Our project proposed 6 newly constructed additional points of ingress and egress onto public and private roads. We made a concerted effort to revise our plans with the area residents, and their feedback was overwhelmingly positive to the new plans. We want this development to serve as a community anchor, particularly achieved through the playground and restaurant. Within the design of the buildings, we will design space for meetings, for community engagement, or use by organizations such as the Chamber of Commerce, small business, and other organizations such as nonprofit. St. Croix is vibrant, inclusive, and full of opportunity. Even during the current COVID-19 epidemic, the island is poised for prosperity. A high quality of life for everyone is finally within reach. We are committed to working with other stakeholders as we move forward, and we are grateful to every person who offered ideas, suggestions, advice, and criticism of the proposal. We will use the information to strengthen our proposal, and we now seek your affirmative approval of this project. We thank you for your consideration. We are available for any questions you may have on the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kanai. Ms. Estelle McIntosh, ZAC-22-9, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Senate President Donna Fred Gregory, Vice President Noel Francis, and all other senators present and their staff. My name is Estelle McIntosh. I am here today to request a rezoning of Plot 9E, Estate LaGrange, Frederickstead, Western Quarter, from an R2 residential low density to an R3 residential medium density. The purpose of this request is to add a second story to the existing one story, which will consist of two-bedroom dwellings. As you know, there is a housing crisis. People are constantly looking for somewhere to live. Many people are becoming homeless due to their not being able to afford, there's enough affordable homes. These additions will be an asset to the already existing crisis. This building will be passed down from generation to generation, who I think will have something to look forward to. I humbly ask that you do consider my request for the rezoning of Plot 9E from an R2 to an R3. Thanking you in advance. Yours truly.
Thank you, Ms. McIntosh. We'll now hear from, let me just say for the senators that were not here earlier, what we're doing is allowing the applicants to provide their testimony. DPNR will provide their testimony. We'll show the drawings and the different reports, and then we'll get into the questioning. Commissioner Gabriel, we are also going to read a letter into the record from the Commissioner of Property and Procurement, as Property and Procurement is the entity that is really responsible for government property. So you may proceed with your testimony, Commissioner, on ZAC-22-8.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on the Whole, members of the committee, and other senators in attendance, as well as the listening and viewing public. I am Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. With me today is DPW Chief Engineer Tawana Nicholas, as well as Clarence Brown, representing the design firm Design District. We are here today to provide testimony on ZAC 20-22-8, a request to rezone plot number 73-B and 271 Estate Concordia, West End Quarter, St. Croix, from R3, residential medium density, to P, public. The Department of Public Works is seeking to rezone this property to bring it into zoning compliance, as well as to allow for the demolition and construction of the renovation of the Department of Public Works Frederickstead facility. The government of the United States Virgin Islands has owned and operated this property as a department satellite office for over 30 years. Adjacent properties include the bin site operated by the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, large tracts of undeveloped property owned by the Virgin Islands Housing Authority and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, as well as single-family residences from the original parcel designation. Our team is proposing a rezoning from the original zoning designation R3 residential, which does not allow for offices, storage, or mechanic repairs, to the zoning designation P for public, which allows for the intended uses described. This new facility will reestablish DPW's presence and footprint in Frederickstead for employees and residents. It will include a 3,840 square foot administrative building and 2 attached mechanic repair bays at the rear. It will be secured on 3 sides, the north, east, and west, with a chain link fence, and the southern perimeter will be secured with a masonry concrete wall to screen the activities of the adjacent waste management bin site and dampen the noise associated and dust pollution from these activities. According to the Federal Coastal Zone Management Act of 1972, the United States Virgin Islands is a designated coastal zone. As such, all federally funded projects must be reviewed by the local equivalent jurisdictional agency, regardless of whether the project falls within the local jurisdictional delineations for coastal zone. Stating this project must be submitted to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources Coastal Zone Management for their concurrency. The department will also address drainage issues. The new building finished floor elevations will be set above the surrounding grades to negate stormwater intrusion, while still maintaining ADA-compliant access. Stormwater will be conveyed via a combination of sheet flow to swales and underground drainage pipes toward a retention pond to the southeast corner of the property. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we will remain available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner Gabriel. We will now proceed with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources report on ZAC 21-3. You may proceed,
Thank you.
Mrs.
Ms. Jewel Polimus
Matthew.
will be reading the report for ZAC-21-3.
Report on petition to amend official zoning map number SCZ-7. Application number ZAC-21-3. Petition of Atta and Jihad Misbah requesting that portion of the remainder of Estate Beeston Hill, south portion, matricular number 6A, Company Quarter, St. Croix, be rezoned from R1 residential low density to B3 business scattered. Owner and applicant, Atta Misbah and Jihad Jamal Misbah, as per warranty deed dated December 15th, 2020, document number 2020003734. Acreage. The property consists of 15.942 acres as shown on OLG drawing number A9-3-C008 dated February 7th, 2008, revised April 3rd, 2009. Current use. The property is undeveloped. Proposed use. A mixed-use development consisting of residential units for rent and ownership, a medical center, restaurant, and 2 shopping centers. Surrounding uses and zones. The surrounding area is mixed use consisting of vacant land, residences, a gym, church, driving school, and medical center. The surrounding area has R1, R3 residential medium density, B2 business secondary neighborhood, and B3 zoning. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by cisterns and public water lines. Wastewater will be handled by septic systems and public sewer lines. Public response. At DPNR's public hearing held March 12, 2021, 41 attendees questioned and expressed opposition and concerns with the proposal. Prior to and after the hearing, 22 letters and emails of opposition and 2 opposition petitions with a total of 38 signatures were submitted. The following summarizes the objections and concerns. 1. Negative effect on our natural resources, loss of green space and mature trees, resulting in loss of privacy, removal of flora and loss of wildlife habitat and populations. Carving into hillside and additional impervious surface will increase surface and stormwater runoff gut on property. Inadequate surface water management and small retention ponds for proposed development on this property with significant elevation drops. 2, population stagnation or decline due to global warming and stronger, more frequent hurricanes. Proposal may not increase economic activity, but more likely result in shift of businesses from one location to another. 3, increase in traffic congestion. Area already congested and experiences noise, frequent traffic jams, and accidents. This impacts ambulance response times. This is most used ambulance route. Bypass resulted in increased traffic and noise. There have been no changes, lights, or speed bumps to control current traffic. Adding 3 entrances and exits to Highway 70 will be a safety concern for residents of Cuesta Verde, Herman Hill, Beeston Hill, and Maison de Poincy. Project proposes a total of 6 additional points of ingress and egress onto public and private roadways. 4, noise from car speakers, gunshots, nearby businesses, ambulances, and road and pipe construction projects between estates Beeston Hill and Herman Hill can be heard. Difficult to advertise rental unit in quiet Beeston Hill since noise changed neighborhood from serene to semi-serene. Development will increase noise from ACs and generators, also generator fumes. 5, rezoning not desirable. Environmental preservation needed for people, plants, and animals. 6, proposed zone change not consistent with any applicable comprehensive plan for area, not consistent with surrounding uses or orderly development of public surfaces, traffic, sewage, electric, and water. Master plan for area needed. Project would impose an electrical, wastewater, and potable water load on already taxed utility system. 7, negative impact on tranquil nature of surrounding residential area. Loss of neighborhood community character. 8, duplication of already existing facilities, some of which are underutilized or vacant. Medical, shopping centers, office buildings, and condominiums. Several empty and underutilized shopping malls and medical centers negate need for rezoning residential land for commercial use. 9, financial loss and potential disruption to R1 zoning expectations and protections to surrounding property owners. 10, proposal does not have to come to fruition with zoning change. Applicant could change original concept, subdivide, and sell the land. 11, massive scattered business zoning will create more noise, traffic, public gatherings, traffic accidents, gunshots, crime, more street people sleeping on business properties, more freelance car washers. 12, rezoning will set a precedent for other residential neighborhoods, incompatible with surrounding R1 uses and would open area to uses that would negatively impact property values and diminish quality of life. Negative impact on property values during and after construction. 13, B3 zoning allows 145 uses such as nightclubs, bars and taverns, gas stations, and drive-ins. By contrast, R1 zoning allows 16 residentially focused uses with an additional 17 conditional uses. 14, development standards also differ. B3 allows 60% of a property to be developed, while R1 only allows 25%. B3 allows for a residential density of 120 persons per acre, while R1 allows 2 residential occupancies per half-acre parcel. 15, this rezoning should not be considered or allowed until a comprehensive land and water use plan is established. Neither until St. Croix as a National Heritage Area is voted upon by U.S. Congress and its potential benefits to St. Croix are understood. This piece of legislation and a comprehensive plan will help guide DPNR as well as developers on how to sustainably develop St. Croix. 16, there is a shortage of housing, but no need for proposed zone change as there is plenty of business scattered zoned land. 17, area has sewer smell. Increasing in housing and businesses will increase smell. Smell from restaurant and garbage will also impact residents. 18, no traffic impact study done to show impact on traffic increase. No rezoning should be granted until a comprehensive traffic study completed and mitigation measures implemented. 19, no hydrological study and stormwater prevention plan or environmental assessment done to address potential negative impact of proposal. 20, this rezoning should not be approved until climate change studies completed and our economic future better understood. 21, If rezoning approved, will result in area becoming eyesore and bring down residential property values and increase property taxes. Many businesses lack curb appeal, discouraging people to want to live near them, especially with associated noise. 22, project timeline will create eyesore due to communities' limited resources, manpower, and labor. Projected 10 to 15-year completion timeline would subject residents to increased burden of construction traffic, road passage interruptions during construction, increased noise, dust, debris, air pollution, and other negative impacts of a long-term construction project on residences and cisterns. 23, Beeston Hill Association private road is barely wide enough for 2 cars and cannot be widened due to the Danish welcoming arms. There would be negative impact of commercial development on solitude of road and neighborhood, wear and tear of private road paid for by homeowners association. Repaving funds came from contributions of several homeowners. Association would not approve widening of private road for proposal. 24, Beeston Hill is one of the few desired communities on island because of location, tranquility, and quality of neighborhood, especially with convenience of existing nearby medical center, gym, Golden Rock Shopping Center, and Christiansted Town, all within 1 mile. 25, currently not much traffic going in and out of Beeston Hill neighborhood, thus feel safe to walk and run around neighborhood. Challenge is main entrance, which is like a bottleneck, 1 single lane road. 26, decrease in real estate market of home values. 27, increased light pollution. 28, compromised security, safety, and integrity of homes and neighborhood. 29, applicant lacks a clear and concise plan for moving forward with plan. No economic sustainability study done. Did not engage residents regarding their thoughts and concerns. Applicant unaware of need for a certificate of medical necessity. No recruitment plan for doctors to fill medical center. 30, the Virgin Islands need to be planning to preserve land, develop sensitive zoning regulations, and incentivize programs that foster the revitalization of existing commercial and business areas. Recycling not limited to plastic, glass, and metal. Recycling, revitalizing, and repurposing extends to built environment also. The last concern, 31, development will increase hurricane side effects, flying debris. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Mr. Atta Misbah testified the 5-phase development will take 8 to 10 years to complete. The first phase would consist of an approximately 40-room, 2-story medical center totaling approximately 30,000 square feet. The second phase would consist of approximately 16 2-story, 1,500 square feet townhouses for rent to primarily medical personnel occupying the medical center. The third phase would consist of approximately 16 2-story, 3,000 square feet condominiums for sale. The fourth phase would consist of an approximately 50-seat, 1-story restaurant. The final phase would consist of an approximately 40,000 square feet, 2-story shopping center for 20 to 30 shops. Amenities would consist of sidewalks and a playground. In analyzing the applicant's request, the department considered the following. 1, the property does not have a defined floodplain area, example, a gut, but a water easement as per consultation with the department's Division of Building Permits floodplain manager. 2, there is no requirement for zoning map amendment applicants to develop as per the submitted conceptual drawings once a zoning map amendment has been granted. 3, the requested B3 zoning allows over 140 uses, some of which may not be compatible with the low-density residential uses in the area. 4, the value of neighboring properties may be impacted by zoning, but it is assessed by the tax assessor's office. It is on a case-by-case basis and based on the activities occurring on surrounding properties. Zoning does not control property taxes. The use of a property dictates its tax rate. 5, the current R1 zoning has several development options available to it. Those options are A subdivision, approximately 31 lots of 0.5 acres each could be developed, not including roads. Each lot would be permitted 2 dwelling units for a total of approximately 62 units. Subdivision plans require the DPNR commissioner's approval. B, group dwelling. A clustered development allowing for conservation of sensitive parts of the property can be achieved through a group dwelling permit. This permit requires detailed plans that would be submitted to the department for review, and a public hearing would allow for public review and comments. The comments received could result in a final plan that satisfies the applicant, DPNRs, and the neighbors' concerns. The property's acreage multiplied by the number of dwelling units allowed in the R1 zone could allow for approximately 63 units. This permit would require the DPNR commissioner's approval. C, planned area development. A mixed-use development is allowed in the A1, A2, R1, and R2 districts. Uses permitted in the R3, R5, and B3 and B4 districts may be allowed, but shall not occupy more than 5% of the gross area of the planned development. This development option goes through the zoning map amendment process. Detailed plans would be submitted, and final approval is granted by the legislature. If construction of a planned development does not proceed within a period of 2 years after the date of approval by the legislature of the Virgin Islands, then the approval shall be void, and the entire matter would have to be resubmitted for reconsideration of existing circumstances unless the applicant submits a revised plan or schedule. The department's opinion is that the rezoning of this much acreage to B3 zoning is not appropriate, and the development proposal should be revisited, considering one of the 3 mentioned options: subdivision, group dwelling, or planned area development. It is recognized that the Virgin Islands has a housing shortage, and the development options available would allow for the property to be developed in consideration of the already established character and zoning of the area, as well as allow for neighbor concerns to be incorporated into a final development plan. Recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends denial of the petition to rezone portion of the remainder of Estate Beeston Hill, south portion, matricular number 68, Company Quarter, St. Croix. Signed, Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated May 6, 2020. We also have a reaffirmation letter of the department's recommendation report since it's a year past. Dear Senate President Fred Gregory, the department wishes to reiterate its position with regards to the recommendation made on the following zoning map amendment application. ZAC-21-3. Petition of Atta and Jihad Misbah requesting that portion of the remainder of Estate Beeston Hill, south portion, matricular number 68, Company Quarter, St. Croix, be rezoned from R1 residential low density to B3 business scattered to allow a mixed-use development consisting of residential units for rent and ownership, a medical center, restaurant, and 2 shopping centers. The department recommended that the petition to rezone the above-mentioned plot from R1 to B3 be denied. As per Section 238D of the zoning law, the planning office reaffirms its original recommendation without holding further hearings after finding and determining there has been no material change in conditions since the application was originally submitted. Please feel free to contact Leia LaPlace, Territorial Planner of the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning at 340-773-1082, extension 2215, should you have any questions or concerns. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Signed, Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated November 9th, 2022.
Are you finished? Thank you. Mrs. Matthew LaPlace, what we're going to do just a slightly different. We're going to ask media to bring up the, okay, give them a second to bring up the maps and the drawings and the photos on the screen, please. You may proceed. Please recognize the mic of Mrs. Matthew LaPlace.
Good afternoon again. The picture shown is a conceptual site plan for the residential portion of the proposal. Next picture. Another conceptual, next picture. Conceptual, next picture. Aerial view, next picture. Conceptual design, next picture. Conceptual of the residential portion, next picture. Conceptual, next picture. Another conceptual design, next picture. Aerial view of the conceptual, next picture. Conceptual design, next picture. The conceptual for the medical center portion, next picture. Conceptual for the medical center, next picture. Another conceptual, next picture. That's the aerial of the medical center. Next picture.
So what I'm going to do with this one is I want to go back. We want to start over the conceptuals because I think that it is more appropriate in this instance for the applicant to explain and speak to the conceptual. Please.
No problem.
So, Amelia, could you please restart the
Sure.
video? Yes.
These are plans how the townhouse is going to look.
You could just say next slide.
You could say next page. These are another picture of how the townhouse is going to look. Next page. This shows the entrance and exit going into the townhouse. Next page. This is an aerial footage of how the townhouse is going to look. Next page. This is where the playground. Next page. Another picture of the playground. Next page. This is a balcony picture for the townhouses. Next page. This is a side plan for the townhouses. Next page, please. This is another picture for entrance and exit for the townhouses. Next page. This is another aerial picture. Next page. This is an entrance and an exit that we had planned to put a medical center. Next page. This is a medical center that we was planning, but that's going to be out of the development and go in talks with the neighborhood. They was more against it because it's going to make noise and traffic, and we was have to use the private road going into the property. So that's out of development. Next page. 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 This is a photo of the condominiums. That's the higher point of the property. That's the parking site. Next page. That's parking for the condominiums. Next page. That's the balcony on the second floor, overlook of Christiansted town. Next page. This is an aerial footage of the condominiums. Next page. Another photo of the aerial footages. Next page. This is the back part where each condo have their own balcony. Next page. That's behind the condominiums. Next page. That's an aerial footage of the parking and the condominium. Next page. This is another picture from the back. Next page. This is the entrance and the exit going into the shopping center. If you notice the arrows going in, it's a shift lane going into the shopping center. And that's an exit as a shift lane as well to exit the shopping center. Next page. This is the footage from the front of the shopping center. Next page. This is a parking lot for the shopping center. Next page. An aerial footage of the parking and the shopping center. Next page. This is the back of the shopping center, the loading and offloading area. Back page. Next page. Another photo from the back. Next page. This is the parking lot for the shopping center. Next page. This is the parking lot for the shopping center as well. And that parking is going to accommodate for the church and the shopping center. We spoke to them and we told them we wouldn't mind to share that parking lot on congregation for the church. And they was happy that we give them the green light that they could use the parking lot. Next page. That's the stairway going to the second floor. Next page. And this is another aerial footage. Next page. And this is the area we was thinking to put a restaurant. We might put that piece for lease where we could invite franchise, where they could lease the property and put whatever franchise they want to put. Next page. This is another entrance and exit to the property on the east side. Next page. This is the east side of the restaurant, the drive-through. Next page. This is a front picture of how this should be designed for the future restaurant or future franchise. Next page. And this is the aerial photo of the restaurant as well as the parking. Next page. This is the area of dining for the restaurant. Next page. This is another picture of parking. Next page. An aerial photo of the restaurant. Next page. Another photo of the entrance and the exit to the restaurant. Next page. This is a roadway that you could drive through. Either you go to the restaurant or you go to the shopping center from the east side. Next page. And this is an aerial picture of what exactly we are doing at 6A Beeston Hill. Next page. Another aerial photo. Next page. If you notice the blue color, that's where the engineers designed to put the water ponds in case for the water storm permit. Next page. That's another aerial photo of the condominiums townhouse on the back portion of the property. Next page. And that's another footage. If you look at the building with the white roof, that's the gym, which is existed. And the road goes between the church and the building. The church is with the gray roof. And the red roof is the driving school. And if you could see right there, they have the water pond for water storm. Next page. That's another picture of the water storm. That's when you come in from Beeston Hill Medical Shopping Center and you go into, Beeston Hill Medical Center, driving through, going Christianstead. That's the turn right there. Next page. That's the water pond for rain catchment. Next page. That's an aerial photo of the area. That's by the restaurant. Next page. That's another photo. Next page. And that's the typographic for the development. Next page. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. We're going to move to the next zoning, which is the AC-22-9. Media, could you please bring that up?
Do you want for myself to?
Yeah, you could go ahead.
Okay. So this is the current development on the site, which is 2 dwelling units. One. Next page. And that's the surrounding area, which has undeveloped land as well as other residences. Next page. Another surrounding area photo. Next page. Surrounding area, undeveloped land and residences. Next page. That's it. Do you want me to go ahead and read the report for this one?
I forgot that we didn't do the report. My bad. Yes. Please
All right.
proceed.
Report on petition to amend official zoning map number SCZ-10. Application number ZAC-22-9. Petition of Estelle McIntosh to amend the official zoning map number SCZ-10 from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to R3 residential medium density for plot number 9-E Estate LaGrange, West End Quarter, St. Croix. Owner applicant Estelle McIntosh as per corrective warranty deed dated June 20, 2016, document number 0073665. Acreage. The property comprises of 0.25 acres as described on drawing number 4219 dated December 6, 1983. Current use, a single-story, 2-family dwelling, each dwelling consisting of 2 bedrooms each. Proposed use, addition of a second story with 2 more dwelling units, each consisting of 2 bedrooms. Surrounding uses and zones. To the north is undeveloped land, to the east is an occupied residence, to the south is an abandoned residence, and to the west is undeveloped land. Surrounding properties are zoned R2. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by the public water line and cistern. Wastewater will be handled by the septic system. Public response. During DPNR's public hearing held July 6, 2022, no opposition or concerns were expressed with the proposal. After the hearing, 1 email was received questioning 1, whether an adjacent property would experience an increase in property taxes. Zoning does not control property taxes. The use of a property dictates its tax rate. 2, whether an adjacent property would experience an increase in property value. Property value may be impacted by zoning, but it is on a case-by-case basis and is based on the activities occurring on surrounding properties. 3, whether 9-E LaGrange will remain residential with the additional floor and rooms, yes. 4, whether the adjacent property would also be rezoned, no. Rezoning request was specifically for 9-E LaGrange. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Ms. Estelle McIntosh testified the rezoning request is simply to allow the addition of a second story consisting of 2 two-bedroom dwelling units. The existing 2 rental units on the site are occupied. The zoning code does not address gradual increases in density, nor does it offer the option of intermediary zones between the R2 and R3 districts. The R3 zone allows for 80 persons per acre, 6-story buildings, minimum lot sizes of 6,000 square feet, and no setbacks. In contrast, the surrounding R2 zone allows for 2 dwelling units, 2-story buildings, minimum lot sizes of 10,000 square feet, 15 feet front setbacks, and 10 feet side and rear setbacks. The requested R3 zoning was intended for a larger density and more uses than the typical R1/R2 single and 2-family zones. Areas with access to public sewer lines, water lines, and transportation are most appropriately suited for the 80 persons per acre allowed under R3 zoning. The property is in an area with access to public water line, and although there are no past rezonings granted for the area, the Virgin Islands has a housing shortage, and the rezoning would allow for the need for housing to be addressed. Recommendation: the Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that plot number 9-E Estate LaGrange, Western Quarter, St. Croix, be rezoned from R2, residential low density 1 and 2 family, to R3, residential medium density, with the condition not to exceed 4 dwelling units. Signed by Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated August 1st, 2022. And that concludes the department's report.
Thank you, Mrs. Matthew LaPlace. We're now going to go to the Department of Public Works, ZAC-22-8, and we also have correspondence to be read into the record from the Commissioner of Property and Procurement. So we're going to allow you to provide your testimony, and then we'll have the yeah, I'm losing track of what's going on here. We need, but before we move on, Commissioner, I see that you have 2 individuals with you, and they did not put their name and titles on the record, so please put your name and title on the record.
Good morning. My name is Tawana Nicholas. I am Department of Public Works Chief Engineer.
We're having a hard time hearing you on that one.
Better? Good morning.
Yes, better.
Good morning. Tawana Nicholas, Department of Public Works Chief Engineer.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Clarence Brown, architect, Design District Architects.
Architect?
Architect with Design District Architects.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we basically need to get the report from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources as relates to ZAC 22-8. You may proceed.
Ms. Polimis will handle that report.
Okay, you may proceed, Ms. Polimis.
Report on petition to amend official zoning map number SCZ-10. Application number ZAC-22-8. Petition of the Department of Public Works, Government of the Virgin Islands, to amend the official zoning map number SCZ-10 from R3 residential medium density to P public for parcel numbers 73-B and 271 Estate Concordia, West End Quarter, St. Croix. Owner applicant, the Government of the Virgin Islands as per warranty deed dated November 29th, 1967, document number 3791/1967. Acreage. The properties comprise a total of 1.67 acres as described on drawing numbers 2217 and 5421. Current use. The hurricane damaged satellite office, storage, and mechanic shop of the Department of Public Works, DPW. Proposed use. Satellite office, storage, and mechanic shop of DPW. Surrounding uses and zones. To the north is a residential subdivision. To the east is undeveloped land and a residential subdivision. To the south is the Waste Management Authority dump site, and to the west is Alexander Henderson Drive and undeveloped land. Surrounding properties are zoned R3. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by the public water line and cistern. Wastewater will be handled by the public sewer line. Public response. At DPNR's public hearing held July 5th, 2022, no opposition or concerns were expressed with the proposal. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Mr. Clarence Brown testified on behalf of DPW, stating the site was used for the DPW Frederiksted Administrative Office, storage, and mechanic shop for over 30 years. The site will be redeveloped in one phase, taking 12 months to complete. Site redevelopment includes demolition and reconstruction of one building, repairs to the second building, and fencing. The site was grandfathered, however, the non-conforming section of the zoning code, section 234, places restrictions on the extension and enlargement of non-conforming buildings. The zoning map amendment is being sought to bring the non-conforming property into zoning conformity eliminating the restrictions of Section 234, thus allowing for repairs and new construction. Also being government-owned land, the rezoning will satisfy Section 229Q of the zoning law, which states, properties which are publicly owned should be shown upon the zoning map as such. Recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that parcel numbers 73B and 271 Estate Concordia, West End Quarter, St. Croix, be rezoned from R3 residential medium density to P public. Signed, Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated August 1st, 2022. That concludes the reading of the report.
Okay, thank you for that. Can media please bring up the drawings and photos of, what's in my paper? For 1 second, 1 second. Could you please bring up the drawing and photos for ZAC-22-8, please? And Mrs. Public Works, we want to hear from you on this one. You may proceed, Commissioner. We're having a hard time hearing you. Please, they're going to bring it up. Just give them 1 second. Media, please.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and just start here again. Good afternoon, everyone. Awesome.
Put your name on the record.
Clarence Brown, architect with Design District Architect, and we're here today. We're the designers of this project, and we've been supporting the Public Works through this rezoning process. To Commissioner Gabriel's point earlier, this project, because of the funding source, has been going through a CZM review, essentially, despite the fact that it's not in our Tier 1.
Okay, so let's stay focused on what's on the screen. Yes,
All right.
that's if you don't have a testimony, that's a little different. Let's just talk about what you have on the screen.
Okay,
please.
so
Thank you.
what's on the screen currently is a rendering from the public road, looking at what would be the new entrance, the office building, and in the back you're seeing what would be that mechanic bay. That's that volume just beyond the flag.
Is there a next slide? You could say next slide.
Yeah, this is an aerial view that just shows what is the proposed site layout for the most part. The road at the bottom of the page connects to Centerline Road if you continue towards the right, and to the Concordia neighborhood if you continue towards page left. The grass that you see south of, west of the road belongs to Housing Finance Authority. So again, what you're seeing here is the area with the lower roof is the satellite office building, and the area with the higher volume is the mechanic shop. And then we do have a yard where we will be storing heavy equipment. You could keep going. Again, this is just a street view. This is just helping to locate the project. This is the project all the way to the west, DPW Concordia West. And again, for orientation's sake, this is just before you hit the stretch with public Department of Natural Resources. Okay. Right adjacent to the Concordia dump site. That's controlled by Waste Management. Next slide. This is what that building currently looks like. The site has a few buildings on it. This is the main office building and mechanic shop. And I do want to emphasize that you will notice the proposed and the existing buildings look very similar. We do understand we are in the residential district, and so we try to keep the architecture as similar as possible to what the residents are used to. Next slide. This is an overall survey of the existing conditions. And it just shows an aerial. You could see just south of our site, you could see that dump site with the bins scattered along the roadway. And then just north of our site is where the residential subdivision starts. But currently, you could see the current uses, which is we have a gravel kind of lay down equipment yard, office and mechanic shop, and we do have some scattered storage buildings on the site. Next slide. Here are some additional pictures of the existing conditions that show the mechanic bay and the office building. And then we do have some, smaller storage buildings on the site, some being repaired and some being demolished. Next slide. This is an overall site plan that shows what's being demolished. And so we do have a guardhouse at the entrance that's being demolished. The main structure, everything in red, those red roofs that you see on the lower side of the page is being demolished, but the long storage building at the north is an existing storage building that will just have a roof replacement. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your presentation. So I'm back on the rhythm, right? So we're now going to testimony. Then we're now going to questions from our colleagues. But before we move on, let me just ask a very quick question of, because the project, or the proposed project for Mr. Misbeck seems to be a very extensive project. What is the total investment on this project?
Well, this project is going to be
project.
This project is going to be in phases, so it's not going to take. It's not going to be like a one.
So how is it?
It's a three-phase project where we're going to start with the condominium.
Okay, so what is the proposed investment in your phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3?
Phase 3. Okay, we're looking at phase 2. It might reach up to 2 million, 2.5.
Phase 1?
Phase 1. And phase 2, it might take to the same thing because it's similar in square footages. That's another like 2.5. And the shopping district, it might reach to probably like 3 million.
So you're talking $2, $4, $6, $7 million?
Yeah, close to $8 million. But the advantage, yes, it sounds high.
It sounds low.
But the advantage that I have in doing this project is being that we own the mixed plant. We have our own concrete plant. Yeah, we own our heavy equipment. So, we are way ahead of the game. We have the most important component to do this development. And being that we have the land, that's the most important thing,
Okay, so let me just ask very quickly to Public Works. You currently operate the similar, your current use is satellite office, storage, and mechanic shop. And apparently those areas were damaged in the storms,
That
the
is
hurricanes of 2017. And you are looking to repair or redevelop those areas, that area, correct?
That is correct.
So in order to utilize the federal dollars, you have to get the proper zoning. Okay.
That is correct.
Because I was wondering. Okay. Senator Francis, you recognize your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask Ms. LaPlace-Matthew in regards to ZAC 21-3. Is there a recommendation that you want this body to consider? I know that you have denied the current request, but is there a recommendation, as I've asked, in other situations? Is there some recommendation that we can consider rather than just the flat-out denial?
The department's recommendation continues to be denial. We have not received any correspondences from the adjacent property owners who were opposed in the past, indicating that they're now comfortable with the proposal.
Thank you. Thank you, but you did provide in your report, I think, 3 recommendations.
There are 3 development options that they can pursue that are not rezonings.
Okay. I think there was a point, Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of...
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Again,
One
Yeah.
second, Senator. Point of inquiry or point of point of inquiry?
I see that the plans and the drawings that was being presented, based on Mr. Attar, there's a lot of changes in his development. He's saying that he's not going to be doing the medical unit. He's not even using the road for Beeson Hill. So with all of these changes that he's presenting, the department still stands in their position?
Correct, because with these changes, we would need to go back to public hearing, and that has not occurred. So we need to see, the adjacent property owners that were in opposition, that had concerns, to see if the changes now address their concerns, and if they're comfortable with the proposal now.
Okay, so for clarification, while the testimony of the applicant was or is that there are amendments to the original proposal, those amendments have not made it to Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Correct.
So that's the issue on the table.
Correct.
All right, so colleagues, we're going to go to another 3-minute round. Another 3-minute round on these zonings that's in front of us. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
I am requesting 4 minutes, but I'll make the request. I want to start with ZAC 22-8. What is the cost analysis for this project? This one is for Public Works.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I'll ask Ms. Nicholas to respond.
Okay. I'm on a 3-minute time, so.
So I don't think we've developed the engineer's estimate fully as yet.
Tawana Nicholas.
So you want us to rezone, but we don't know how much it's going to cost us yet? That's what you're saying?
We have obligated, Tawana Nicholas, DPW Chief Engineer, we have obligated FEMA funds. This is an existing facility that's demo and reconstruction. I'll defer to
I understood where we're getting the FEMA funds. I was asking about a cost, like how much are we going to be spending? Like,
the design itself has not been complete. We're at 60% design, and typically our cost estimate comes out at 90%.
okay.
We can
The other question I want to know, ultimately, is this going to save the government money?
Yeah, Derek
Tell
Gabriel.
me how.
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. More than saving money, I think it gives us the ability to respond quickly to any matters that we have on Frederickstead and Mid-Island. It gives us the ability to allow our employees that work on the West End a place where they can headquarter on the West End. So I think it gives us more efficient operations overall.
Okay, thank you. ZAC 22-9, I'm in support of this. I have no problem with this particular one. ZAC 21-3, there's quite a bit of opposition to this particular project, both from neighbors, businesses, and DPNR. Did you own this property, or was this property in your family as you purchased it as R1 and now want to change it to B3?
Well, I bought this property in intention to develop it. So I bought it 2 years ago.
So, but you were aware when you purchased it at R1 what you could legally do with it.
Correct, I'm aware.
I'm going to say something, and this is part of the reason why I said what I said earlier during the earlier part of the testimony. We have laws in place for a reason, and there's a reason why certain things are put under specific zonings. And I get a little bit leery as a legislator when you purchase something, because R1 is way less valuable than B3. I'm just going to put that out there. And when you come to us and ask us to change these zonings to B3, you potentially are multiplying the value of that land sometimes 3, 4, 5 times. And that's why I'm usually more leaning towards variances, because when you change it, what is the guarantee that you might not say, okay, we'll scrap all these pretty pictures and just cut up the land and resell it. So it's a lot of things that I get very concerned about when you bring this to the legislature, knowing what the land originally can be utilized for. Now, I am in support of I love the drawings and the property and the development, but I'm very, very much concerned about the ramifications of making these types of large changes to such a large parcel. But thank you so much. I will make my decision accordingly.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Did Senator DeGraff make it into the chambers, or he's online? Because he was noted as present this morning. All right, we're gonna go to, who's the next senator, guys? This is a little smaller than I'm accustomed to. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to all. The public work project is a no-brainer for me. I know what took place in public work in the past. Down in Frederickstead, it's going to save your equipment a lot. Instead of having to always traverse from Christiansted to Frederickstead, once you open back up that public work west, you'll have your manpower assigned here. This is something that's been happening for decades, so I'm really appreciative to see the drawing. And young fella, if those are your drawing, I'm proud of you. They're looking real good. I like to see this, you know. So that for sure I would be in full support of, and it's still, that's a no-brainer too. So don't lose the sleep on that. And even this development, I see opportunities here, and like what you started out saying, this young man is a young Virgin Islander, and he wants to invest into this territory. And there's so many things, even when the young lady was reading some of the stuff here, number 11, massive scattered business zone will create more noise, traffic, public gathering, traffic accident, gunshot crime, more streets, people sleeping on businesses. I mean, some of these things just get way, you laugh and I'll reading it, you know, and you're like, what are they saying? We're not going to grow? And this is something that we have here. We continue stagnating these islands and then want to know why other Caribbean islands are so far in advance of us. And I appreciate the young man trying to present what he's doing here. You got 15 acres. Are you using this entire 15 acres?
No, actually, we had to do some compromise with the neighborhood because I went back and I spoke to neighborhoods. I walked door by door. Some of them welcomed me, some of them did not.
Okay.
But I came to them and I told them, what can we do to make this project go forward?
Yeah.
Some of them did talk to me and they had the concern of the medical center, where they're afraid that ambulance is going to create noise, where it's going to bring a lot of people there. And plus, they was not happy of me using that private road.
Okay.
So I came back with a second proposal with the neighborhood stating that I'm no longer going to use that private road. It's going to stay private the way it is right now.
Okay.
And I will take out the medical center if you guys will agree on the plan. So I had a good outcome. But some of them did not agree. It's just because they don't want to see any development period.
So what are your plans for that piece of property that you're not going to be using?
I might make it, say example, if they want to walk or keep it green, you know.
Okay.
You know, for now, I don't have no plans because I want to be good with my neighborhoods. I'm there not to get anybody upset or anybody, you know, I'm up there to develop the property and come in good faith.
And that's important that you and your neighbors have some good relationship. And I appreciate that you said that you went back and you showed them a different proposal. Correct. And you eliminate. What a surety we have that you're not going to put this medical building in that facility?
I'm 100% sure.
Okay, and then I understand
I just want my neighbors to be happy, you know. I don't want any beef with anybody around the area, you know.
Okay. Yeah. I like your renderings. I like the drawing.
Yeah, thank you.
It will be a beautiful thing in that area. I can see that.
Yes.
Now, you had some issues with your entrance.
Yes, well, we have an entrance from the front. We're going to do a shift lane going to the property, so it will not cause any traffic jams or anything. And we're going to have another entrance and exit between the church and the gym, which is we own 30 acres there, so that's going to be another entrance and exit into the development.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair. At the appropriate time, I think I could support this project. I like the drawing. I like what you have going there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Angel Bulkes, Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll start off with ZAC 21-3. Given the mounting opposition from the residents who reside in the location and your intent to further modify your application to reflect changes to try to appease, are you going to pursue another public hearing to see what can be done moving forward? In addition, I'm always in support of housing developments. Specifically, I was very impressed with the fact that you wanted to include a medical center, which is, healthcare is obviously a challenge here in the Virgin Islands. That is very commendable that you wanted to include such facility within the community. So what are your thoughts concerning further changing your application, or is this where you're going to stand concerning what you're trying to achieve?
I'm a kind of guy, I don't like to waste time. I like to move fast. Once I start a project, the faster I get this property rezoned, the faster I start developing this product. To go back and submit the application over is going to delay it like another 6 months to 8 months. And in fact, the medical center, that's something I really wanted to put, but compromising with my neighborhood, I had to cancel it and take it out of the new maps.
Understood. And have you had any other, studies done on the impact? I mean, there's a number of what we're going to call public responses to the proposed project. Let me ask, why was Beeston Hill chosen? Why wasn't another location chosen?
That's a very good question, is because you can't find any commercial properties for sale now. It's impossible, you cannot find. So I saw this property as an opportunity. Why? Because it's so many zone B3 and R3 and B2 are surrounding the area, so it gives me the chance, I can rezone this property.
Okay, so there's not enough commercially zoned properties, so you had to purchase the B3 with the intent of rezoning to C.
Not C, B3.
Let me ask, correct. Let me ask DPNR concerning applicants who request zone changes through the department. Do you usually have any education for any of the developers on a regular basis to let them know what they can and cannot do concerning zonings?
Yes, we do. We hold pre-application meetings.
I didn't hear that. Could you repeat?
Yes, we do.
My time
we hold pre-application meetings.
Okay, noted. Madam Chair, is that my time?
Time, yes. Yes, Senator Volquez.
If you have a quick question, you may proceed.
Yeah, a quick question to Public Works concerning the development. Once the project is complete, how many employees do you foresee working at that complex?
So we anticipate, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works, we anticipate probably about 10 to 15 employees at least being relocated to that site.
Okay, thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Volquez. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. I really want to, of course, commend Ms. McIntosh for going forward with a rezoning to increase the number of rental units that we have in the island district of St. Croix. I'm sure she's aware that there's a number of rental units, and we have a high demand for rental units in that district, and as well as St. Thomas and St. John. Also, it's going to be a no-brainer for me to support this, as well as to support the rebuild for the Department of Public Works for their offices and storage area. So I'm not going to spend too much time discussing that, but I want to really dive into ZAC-21-3, because I have some concerns. Kindly indicate for us if a market feasibility study was conducted relative to the shopping center by the applicant.
Well, yes, we did some studies where, they have a lot of new entrepreneurs are looking for location to have their own business. And if you go to any other shopping centers, they have a minimum of whatever's available.
But there's a need in St. Croix district to have that type of shopping center because, I've been to St. Croix a number of times. I see a lot of vacant property and vacant buildings. So is there a need for that?
Yes.
And even in Sunny Isle, there are vacant spots there.
True is because they have a minimum size requirement. If they have a 5,000 square foot, that's all they can rent you. You cannot get anything smaller. But I'm catering more for these.
Thank you. Have you been in communication with DPNR relative to their recommendation? Have you had discussions with DPNR to look at some of the recommendations that they have made that would be able to accommodate some of your proposed development?
Well, the only recommendation I got is one of the recommendation is to subdivide the property into half acres, which is I did not buy the property, intend to subdivide it.
Okay, you have with you the document that was read by DPNR. I also talk about a planned area of development. You saw that?
30 seconds.
So I really have some concerns about this development. I'm interested in seeing your market feasibility study, especially for the shopping center, because I don't know if, in fact, it really proves that there's a need for more shopping facilities. Well, St. Croix have a lot of vacant properties as well as vacant unoccupied areas in major shopping centers in St. Croix. Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe my time has been called. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First one, Ms. Estelle McIntosh, that's no-brainer. Is she's seeking to add to our housing market and definitely keeping it within the family. And I would say for the record, yes, we live in a small community, and that's my family. Public Works, I am looking forward to those renderings being a reality. Back in Frederiksted, I remember Public Works as a child when my mom worked for the Department of Health. And when they park the cars at 5 o'clock, not drive them up and down at nights, but they go to park up those cars. She had to drive the car from Estate Slab and bring it down and park it up there and pick it up in the morning and go back up to the office. So I'm looking forward to that area cleaning up and benefiting those that live in the area. Now, coming to this zoning for the Misbeh family, for these reasons, or for reasons like this is why some of my colleagues are concerned about actually moving the zoning responsibility to solely under DPNR, because it appears that you guys will just accept some virtual testimony from some who probably don't even live permanently on St. Croix and just take what they say and run with it for your recommendations. I looked at the list of some 31 reasons why not to go with this. Come on. You mean to tell me that DPNR didn't see no positive in this project? None whatsoever? I can't believe that. We see where they've significantly changed their plans, the shift lane, which avoids congestion. They've added access egress roads. They've removed the medical center from the project. They're sharing their property to accommodate the congregation next door. What else we want them to do? Mr. Misbeh, you're Atta, correct?
Correct, yes.
Where were you born?
St. Croix.
What year were you born?
1986.
19 what?
86.
Jihad is your brother?
Correct, yes.
Where was he born?
St. Croix.
What year was he born?
1989.
89,
Yes.
90. I had just become, I was a rookie policeman then.
Yes.
You guys were born here, live here, raised here.
Correct.
What are we saying to our young people? Here it is, we have a report of shots fired, all kind of nonsense. They got shot firing in every estate around here. We got shot spotters. They're firing shot everywhere. Let's not let people who don't reside in our community or are considered snowbirds to dictate what transpires here in this territory.
Time.
I look forward, Madam Chair, at the appropriate time, to fully supporting this measure and moving forward. I tip my hats off to these two young Virgin Islanders, I may add. Thank you.
Did you have another question?
I'll leave it alone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon once again to testifiers. With regards to last here, Estelle McIntosh, the AC 22-9 requesting to be changed from R2 to R3. I have no issues with that since there are no objections that came through DPNR, and DPNR has no objections presented in their recommendation. And I commend you for expanding and providing some more housing within our territory that we know we have a shortage in that area. With regards to public work, Commissioner Gabriel and Ms. LaPlace, have you guys met with the Concordia Homeowners Association? I didn't see any type of correspondence from them.
No, Senator, not with the association.
Not with association. Commissioner Gabriel?
No, no, Senator.
You have not met with association. Did you then contacted LaPlace, your office, contacted any of the nearby residents?
Yes, as part of the public hearing for the rezoning, we have to contact neighbors by certified mail, 150-foot radius.
And what was the response? What's the feedback?
We didn't get any responses. No one called in with objections or anything.
The mail was delivered, it was certified, you got the return? All right. Because I contacted someone from the Housing Association, Concordia Homeowners Association, and they haven't, part of the board members, and they're not aware, we're not aware of this zoning change request. I think it's important that we ensure, department ensures that when changes such as these are taking place within a neighborhood, that residents that will be affected or in the nearby area should really be aware of what's happening and have a say. Moving right along with regards to ZAC 21-3, I'm always in favor of development, especially in our district of St. Croix. I think it's crucial to see, especially like this, a mixed development where you will have condos, townhouse, you also have commercial space, a restaurant. We need more housing. Like we said before, we have a housing shortage. Now, reading with some of the objections that were presented through the DPNR's report, some of it is really outrageous, to be honest. And some of the points have even duplicated because there's so many times, more than once, again, speaks about noises, and then you have another one that speaks about noise again, and then a third one that speaks about noise again. So like, you're saying the same thing in different points to drive across having a lot of objections. The same with regards to the traffic congestion and so forth. My time has been called.
You can wrap up, Senator, if you have another question.
Well, in regards to, let me just one other question, in regards to the concerns presented by the negative effect on a natural resource. It speaks about wildlife, habitat, and population and so forth. Are there any real concerns from DPNR in regards to wildlife, our wildlife population in that area? Is there any species that is an extinct or, you know, that we're losing?
Not specific species, but as part of the development process, surveys would be needed to further, investigate what species are there.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will vote accordingly at appropriate time.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Milton Potter, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am supportive of Commissioner Gabriel's request or his proposal to establish the satellite office in Frederiksted and to develop the storage area and the mechanic shop. I think that is a wise and prudent move. I have no objection with that whatsoever. There was no objection that were made, and DPNR is supportive of the initiative. Regarding ZAC 22-9, Ms. McIntosh's application, my question to DPNR is, and this is the initiative to allow the addition of a two-story consisting of two-bedroom dwelling units. My question, wouldn't the current R2 zoning allow Ms. McIntosh to achieve her expansion objective?
No, Senator.
And I'm saying that because I thought that you were saying that R3 was intended for a larger density and more complex development. So maybe you can just elaborate a little bit on that, explain.
The current zoning allows a maximum of 2 dwelling units, which the site has. So she's not able to go up.
Okay. Understood. Regarding ZAC 2113, I know I've been here for 21 months, and this is the most objections that I've seen for a rezoning. And Senator Carrion is correct in that we're seeing a lot of duplication in some of the objections. I wanted to ask DPNR what is the major objection outside of all that we've seen, all the the listing of objections that some of them were repetitious. What, in your view, is the major point of contention with this development? And like other proposals, what would your compromise proposal be so that the development would be feasible?
The major objection, Senator, is the acreage, the large amount of acreage asking to be completely rezoned to the B3. A compromise would be either a subdivision where you take off a smaller portion and rezone that to a B3, or if your main goal is residential development, you have a regular subdivision, the group dwelling, or the planned area development. The planned area development does allow for only 5% of the acreage to be used for commercial because your main goal is residential.
Time.
Thank you. To the property owners, are there any options that the DPNR proposed that would be suitable to you? Thank you very much.
Yes, I'd like to respond to that, right? I don't know how much research has been done here, because all the realtors here are telling you that there isn't land available for building homes. There's a shortage of land available. We have a lot of land, right? But people are not selling land. One of the reasons why I'm here, because Mr. Misbeth has an interest in the socio-economic development of the Virgin Islands. He tells me about people that went to school with him that want to open a small business. But the vacant space the senator from St. Thomas referred to, there are big spaces in there, not affordable to locals. The only entities here that made millionaires out of people in the Virgin Islands was Hess, with the refinery and the aluminum plant. These, we don't even know what's happening again. When we do what's being done to Mr. Misbeth, It allows people from outside with large purses. When was the last time we had a local embarking on such a significant development for the Virgin Islands? The other thing is that housing has got very expensive. Mr. Misbev has a commitment to keep the condominiums and the townhouses within the reach of middle-income people, right? Plus, allowing for the shopping area to be occupied by small mom and pop and professionals locally. A local accountant that went to UVI, a young attorney, a young dentist that comes back and cannot afford to buy a condominium in one of the large spaces in the existing shopping centers. A lot of the vacant spaces, because of the makeup, he sees an opportunity to accommodate those locals. And I think some consideration needs to be given to that. The other thing is that if research is done, that be Stonehill area where the residents has a slew of objections. Most of those people live here less than quarter of the year. And we have to be very careful about chasing young Virgin Islanders off island based on those multi-millionaires that just use here for temporary residences. Thank you.
Thank you for your response. I just learned that Senator Saru is present. Senator Saru, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
She recognized me? 1 second. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Senator Francis Heiliger has been asking for a point of information.
You may proceed with your 3 minutes, Senator, and then we'll go back to Senator Francis Heiliger.
Afternoon to all, to those listening and viewing. Mr. Mesbe, what you're doing, would it cut through? There's a private road in Beeston Hill, correct?
Correct.
So where your land is next to like the gym?
Correct. It's behind the gym.
Behind the gym. So there's a private road that you would be cutting into?
No, well, they
Correct me if I'm wrong.
they have a space between the gym and the church. We have about 30 feet. So we put in an extra road there, which is that road's going to be shared. We're going to share the development, and the church will be sharing that road.
Okay, so the concern from those residents, would it be that the public would have access to their private road?
No, that road doesn't have anything to do with the private road. The private road that the neighborhood was concerned, we're no longer using that road anymore.
Oh, okay, so that's out of the picture.
Yeah, no, that's another side of the property, which is we're not developing anything on that private road. Initially, we had the medical center. Yeah, we was going to widen the road to accommodate for the neighborhood, but they denied the request of me widen the road and put in a medical center. So we had to cancel the medical center and not use that private road, period.
So the private road remains intact without any interference with the public?
Repeat it again?
So that private road remains intact without any interference from the public?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, going back to the conversation about the compromise, are you willing to have a compromise, or you would like it as is? Well, you've already compromised with the private road.
I did compromise because I want to work with my neighborhood. So I did compromise where I take out the medical center. So that way I will no longer have any use for that private road.
Okay, so with the medical center being removed, what's left?
It stays green for now. Yeah.
Just green space?
Yeah, it's going to be green space. We might put a playground there or some activities if people want to exercise or walk there. So for now, I don't have any intention in doing anything there.
30 seconds.
Now, some of the concerns were noise. What noise are they referring to? The construction noise? Like what?
They're referring the noise from drive-by cars and vehicles? Because it's a main road.
Oh, that's the noise?
That's what they're referring to, yes.
I thought the noise was like the club or something. Okay, all right. I mean, based on the concessions that you've made and the compromises made, I don't understand the high level of opposition, but I will yield to my St. Croix colleagues and I'll discuss further with them. So thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Searle. Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Francis Heidegger, I'm sorry, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I just wanted to put on the record that I am listening to this conversation and I'm very deeply concerned. As it relates to the specific parcel for the largest development of the housing and shopping mall, et cetera, one of the things that we have Department of Planning and Natural Resources for is to do a lot of research and share information for us. And I'm very much concerned with the response that the applicant gave when DPNR said that they're concerned about them not coming back when they shared with them some of their major concerns. Now, I'm not going to stress at this moment about the individuals, but a governmental agency is sharing with you a lot of issues, and the response from the applicant is basically, we're not even going to pay them any attention. We're going to bank on the 15 of us in here to give you what you want. I'm concerned with that type of message that's being put out. Because if they're telling you something is wrong, wouldn't it be more prudent to go back and really have a conversation to see how you could really fix this so there would be a happy balance instead of putting out the message, forget them. Let me figure out how I could get a legislature to change it for me. That's a concern for me. Thank you very much.
Oh, so you don't have a question, Senator?
I said point of information.
Oh, okay.
I didn't say a point.
Okay.
Thank you.
You may respond, Mr. Put your name on the record again.
My name is Alvin Kanai.
Yes.
I don't think that is accurate because Mr. Jihad made significant compromises, and everything he says here, he wants to be a good neighbor. That medical center, when he first told me about it, and to attract specialists out here, we locals here, particularly the poorer people in this community, need that like yesterday. And because a few people that don't live here for many of them more than half of the year, opposed it, he compromised and adjusted that. He compromised and created a new road which makes his development more expensive, right? And I don't think he's saying that he's not prepared to do anything about it.
Thank you for your response. I believe the primary concern, though, is, well, I definitely support the zoning that's before us. I think the primary concern is the future. And when I say the future, it means that while there are commitments being made today about all of your compromises, what prevents you from moving forward in that direction, the direction of your compromise, once this is approved? And usually when we have situations like that, because I agree with you, government needs to work for its people. And it takes way too long for things to get done. And that's what has discouraged you from resubmitting and going through those changes. And what we do here a lot of times is when we have those types of situations, we make our own amendments to the document based on your compromise. So if that's something that you are willing for us to do, I think we would be prepared to make those amendments to the zoning changes so we can ensure that there are no challenges in the future based on what's been said here today and what will be in the records of the legislature, going down into the history of the records of the legislature. So just wanted to make sure that I put that out there, that there is an opportunity for that as well.
Can I respond to that?
Certainly.
Mr. Jihad could, even though there was a zoning change, he could not proceed with any individual building without the approval of Planning and Natural Resources and the Department of Planning. There has to be an application for every successive building or development.
No, that's understood.
Right. So he cannot change, he cannot build the shop, for example, medical center, unless he got approval for it.
Understood. However, once it's zoned, they don't really truly have a zone in based on what you're asked for. They don't have a true justification to deny it. Okay, so Senator Vele, you want to put something on the record?
Yes, I'm a businessman and I've been here, well, I'm born here and raised here, and I prove myself where I own different businesses, and this is not my first or my second or my third development or my fourth development. I have many developments, which is, I started from young working in a grocery store by building one of the largest supermarkets in Fredericksted, which is Stop and Shop supermarket, which is, I bought an old damaged building, fix it, make it the most prettiest gas station in St. Croix, which is G-Max, right down the road. So I'm a kind of guy, if I do something, I do what I say. So
Thank you for that. That's important for us to know. And you are young, so
yes,
you're a young virgin. I don't know.
Yes,
So
I started
we're
young
having a
and,
conversation with somebody who is on the decline. You're still on the uptick. So totally understand. Senator Vele, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. I read the objections to the particular project. The next two I support. And Ms. McIntosh, I support in your project. I just hope you could get a road fixed so that people will be able to drive home, because it's in horrible condition. And Public Works been there for donkey years. From the time my mom was working Public Works, it was there. So I have no issues with that. But I read the opposition. And the opposition actually said that no development should take place until climate change studies are completed and our economic future better understood. So it really got to be like a joke that was actually being objected, or their objection. They were just pulling stuff out of the air in reference to why we don't want a particular development. And I pull up the map, and it's really 6 homes that are across the road that abut this property. 6 homes, and it's like a little condo complex that's right there. And then there's 1 home that's isolated. It looks like it's on a couple acres, 4 or 5 acres. The rest is vacant land. And I have looked at the development because my wife owned property right next to this development. Very, very close. And I live in Herman Hill. And to hear the excuses in reference to the public road and traffic, anybody ever drive on St. Louis? Are you complaining about our public road and traffic because of a couple condominiums? We have not had a condominium development in the Virgin Islands for donkey years. We have had no condominium or townhouse built in the Virgin Islands for a long period of time where middle-income individuals could go and rent. Everything has been for a different income level. So I don't understand the opposition. And I know that DPNR, the word about the size, because it's the exact same footprint that took place with the Dishabord property down by Botanical Garden. The same opposition where they said that it was too much acreage. But St. Croix need to move. St. Croix need to develop. And I'm going to be voting for development. Because we can't continue.
30 seconds.
And I live in Herman Hill.
that's right across from this property. And we have a number of homes in Herman Hill. And the deers come in my yard every night and graze. So they haven't ran any place. So at some point, let's move on. We will discuss exactly what we need to do in order to get this project through. And we need to get this project through so that we could continue to push development for St. Croix. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ville. Senator Joseph has a point of inquiry. You're recognized for your point of inquiry, Senator Joseph.
Yes, Madam Chair. In consideration for this ZAC-21-3 proposal, it would be helpful for me to get their market feasibility study for us to just get a sense of what they are looking at and projecting that they'll be able to do with the property. So in our deliberation and consideration, we could have a very whole picture and seeing how this is going to help the people of St. Croix.
Senator, that was a point of inquiry. So are you asking through the chair for that information to be provided?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
The applicant did make mention that a market feasibility study was conducted, and I would like to get a copy of the market feasibility that he indicated was conducted.
Well, let me just ask this question, because if we don't have a comprehensive, market study, then that is going to be an additional expense. So do you have a comprehensive?
Could I respond to that?
One question, 1 minute. Do you have a comprehensive market study that the Senator Joseph is asking for?
Not a formal consulted market study, but Mr. Misbeth has stated that from the time he was young, he grew up in business. He has had several businesses, and from interacting with people that he went to school with, he saw the need for those developments.
Okay, thank you for your response. So, Senator Joseph, there is no comprehensive market study. Let me ask DPN a very quick question before I move to the next senator. And you may have outlined it in your testimony or your report. Are there any environmental concerns from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources perspective?
At this time, no, but surveys will be required once development occurs on the property.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Senator Ville. You're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I was beginning to wonder if if this is a zone in here, or if this is a bank application where we want to see if we're financing a particular project. We don't require in-zone hearing, so any applicant that come before us to provide any market study. And we have zoned concrete plants, all type of stuff through this body, and we have not required a market study. So we need to stop. We literally need to stop. You have an option to vote yes or no. Vote what you want to vote, but don't require local developers that are coming to this territory that they need a market study in order to complete a zoning change. That is not what this hearing is about. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ville. I thought it was clear that the applicant does not have a actual study, so there would be no requirement for that to be provided. All right, Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimony and investment in the territory. As I often say, my first name is housing, my second name is development, economic development. I see no issue with none of these requests. First and foremost, public works, Ms. McIntosh, that's a no-brainer for me. My only one request, Ms. McIntosh, is that with your generational wealth investment, you prepare a will or a trust to assure that it remains within the family for generations to come, okay? That's my only request of you. Now to ZAC 21-3. It's a next bit. Let me ask in respect to your request, it was stated that one option was, you had two options mentioned in the request, and I believe group dwelling and planned area development. How many acres is your property, your land?
It's less than 16 acres.
Less than 16 acres.
Correct.
And DPN, Ms. Matthews LaPlace, let me ask you, you spoke to some 25 acres. What was that in respect to? You spoke to some 25 acres.
I believe you mean that the percentage that the R1 allows, 25% of the property can
Thank
be
you.
developed.
25% of your 15 acres, because I kept it in my head, 25% of your 15 acres, that's probably what, 3 point some percent?
Yes. I'm going to lose close to like 10 acres.
My thing is, right, honestly, based on the many 31 points in terms of opposition, to me, most of it don't make any sense. To me, it really doesn't. You guys are local, young Virgin Islanders, and based on your testimony and what you spoke to in respect to your intent, to assure that you assist other young Virgin Islanders, professionals, middle-income individuals, in assuring that they can move forward and provide housing and or a space for them to conduct different type of businesses. I have no issues with that. It is a big development, it is a big plan, but once you have the capital and you have the willing to do it, I don't see any problem with that. We assist people all the time from everywhere, which we should, you know, but nonetheless, I always try to support local businesses, small businesses, as you stated. Small businesses drives any economy.
Time.
And it's important. And in closing, Madam Chair, I must say, I must ask the PNR, can this zoning be done with conditions? Because I do also understand with some of my colleagues' concern, whereas if we approve it, you know, and I know you're a man of your word, but at the same time, can we do it with conditions? Because I know in one of these other zoning is done with condition. Can that be done to assure that some things is done moving forward based on what you say? Can that be done?
For this particular proposal, I would say no, based on the opposition received from the public. It would be more comfortable for us to take it to a public hearing again to hear what the neighbors, what their concerns will be with the changes.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. And I'll vote in appropriate time. Thank you.
Can I reboot? Can I answer?
Thank you, Senator Bladen. And your no is only because of the opposition commentary, correct?
In addition to the acreage that's being asked to be rezoned and the fact that there's 3 development options available, one which allows commercial development, but just a percentage of the property.
So it's 15,000 acres, right?
15 acres.
15 acres.
15 acres, yeah.
And you said that your use, and it's 25%?
He's requesting 40% for development. of the
40%.
15 acres.
40%.
Whatever we're going to develop is not going to cover the 100% 16 acres. You know, they have, plants, they have areas with roads, they have vegetation areas going to stay the same way. So we're not going to develop more than, structurally, not more than 40%, 50% the most. But leaving it as R1 and rezoning it to only develop 25%, I end up losing 75% of the property.
Okay, that's clear for me. All right, thank you. Senator Novell Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll try to speak fast in this 3 minutes. Good afternoon to everyone. DPNR, we'll come to DPNR shortly. DPW, again, I'm full support of your measure here. Today, all I ask is that we make sure that those facilities are built in a timely fashion. too many of your projects is taking forever to be built, and I think we have an issue there. Certainly, Ms. McIntosh, I am in full support of your request as well, and congratulations on being able to expand your building down there. So the issue at hand here frustrates me. I'm offended by some of the comments that have been made here today. We have this saying, NIMBY, not in my backyard. Nobody wants development within their backyard. We have a bunch of folks that have decided to turn these properties into Airbnb, and now they don't want nobody else to be able to develop around them. It's unfair. It's unfair. How was that, your public hearing conducted? Was it virtual?
Yes, it was virtual.
Have you been able to verify how many of those individuals actually live in the Virgin Islands?
I do not have the list with me, but we do have a list of, the attendees.
How often they come to the Virgin Islands?
No,
What's
we don't
the
have
length
records.
of time that they stay here on St. Croix?
No, we don't have those records.
Are they full-time residents of St. Croix?
We don't have those records.
Okay. But we have 31 numeration of negatives. I've always, DPNR was starting to become one of my favorite government agencies, second to PMP, of course. But, I don't know, you're losing me here today. I've consistently asked DPNR that whenever you come before us, like you do in the other district as well, come with some recommendation. If you believe that a project should be denied, then come with some recommendation of how, with conditions or whatever you want to establish, how we could really meet these applicants halfway. You didn't do that today. We just talk about flat-out denial. How many of those individuals that you talk about the opposition from the public, how many is that?
The opposition, it was 41 attendees, and they submitted 22 letters and 2 petitions.
Do we have 41 residents in that location?
It was across several estates. So there's, more than that.
Across several estates. So, I live in St. Croix. And there ain't no place that I go that I can't hear gunshot. That I don't hear the ambulance roaring. That I don't hear noise from vehicles. I suggest that they relocate to Buck Island. This is unfair. We have to work, again, within the confines of what we have here to work with our people. Yes, they're saying that we need housing being built here, but we don't want it there. Put it someplace else. Put it here, there. I mean, you can't have an individual purchase property and then tell them what to do with the property.
Time.
They should have invested in the property then to prohibit from occurring. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. So I, of course, am in support of ZAC-22-9, ZAC-21-3, and ZAC-22-8. We continue to talk about, I think just 2 days ago, we got an email with regards to the difficulty that a young Virgin Islander who is a psychologist is experiencing extreme trouble getting his license here in the Virgin Islands. So guess what? He looking to leave. We continue to talk about Virgin Islanders coming back home and contributing to the territory. But it just seems like many times, those of us that are in these respective positions, we push them away. And we continue to talk about the Island District of St. Croix becoming a lot more economically sound, the challenges as it relates to housing is not unique to the St. Thomas St. John district. It's a challenge in this district as well. And as we continue to talk about workforce development and attracting Virgin Islanders back home, they don't want to live with their parents. So we have to figure this out. We have to really have the earnest conversation. But it just seems to me that whenever we have big projects that we want to move forward with as Virgin Islanders, we always have folks that don't necessarily live here. They have the most to say. And, you know, they've invested a lot in the community as it relates to their home or whatever it is, Virgin Islanders also need to have a piece of this pie because it belongs to us. That's just it. But I have a question for, well, what jumped out at me is when you talked about Miss Bay, when you talked about the assisted living homes. We didn't really drill down on that today, but we have an aging community, and we know that our government, and the government shouldn't be expected to do everything. So I want to commend you for outlining the fact that there's an assisted living community or homes that you're considering as part of this project. You know, I may have to move to St. Croix because I may look young, but I'm getting there. So that's a big deal for me. It's a big deal that we are really giving consideration to assisted living homes. And you said that your capital projections are about 7 to 8 million.
Correct, yes.
And that's because you have...
I have the sources.
You have the sources, so that's a good thing. So that will allow you to lease these spaces for a lot less than those that don't have the resources, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. When you want to come back and hear you think them expensive now, you know. All right.
Trust me, we're trying to keep the prices down, you know, so.
Speak into the mic.
Trust me, we're trying to keep the prices down, so.
Great, that's important. Let's talk about the sewage system. What we call it, wastewater systems?
Sewer line system.
Sewer lines. So would you have to,
we're going to tap it to the public sewer.
Public sewer. So did DPNR, is there a requirement once they decide to do the development in earnest as to whether or not the current sewer system can accommodate a development of this size?
I'm not aware of capacity, but I know if you are in proximity, you're required to tap in.
Okay. All right. You know, I too am a little peeved with the redundancy in the concerns. It seems very redundant. So I think we can work this to make it a true economic development. This is a big project for St. Croix. It's huge. So I'm going to urge my St. Thomas senators to stay in your lane. Seriously, when it comes to this one, this is a huge economic development project for the District of St. Croix. So if you have any concerns, please flesh them out and let's figure out how to move this project along. I am in full support of it. And of course, Ms. McIntosh? Pardon? No problem, he'll say it when I'm done. Ms. McIntosh, I want to commend you for also assisting with the issue that we have in the Virgin Islands with housing stock. It's a challenge. People don't have any place to live. It's a challenge, so thank you for standing up for the cause. And of course, Public Works, let's get a project done. I know that you can't get it done. And you know the one thing that you guys don't do? You don't ever say why your projects are not moving. You have challenges with FEMA, with the federal government. Why are we protecting FEMA? Why? Tell me, Commissioner. Why are we doing it? I have a gaga or something?
No, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. I think we are also cognizant of the fact that we have other projects in the pipeline coming up, and we don't want any more stretched out consistency reviews.
Yeah, but then you're getting blows from the community.
Correct.
Saying that your projects ain't moving, and you know that you have challenges on the federal end and getting your projects approved. So say it. And once this project is approved, do you have challenges with getting the equipment, the supplies necessary to begin the project? Because we know that throughout the country, we continue to have an issue with supply and demand.
Right. So I think for this project, the great thing is that we don't have a lot of the restrictive regulations like the Made in America clauses and stuff that have to be in this construction. So we're hoping, I'm just trying to get this one out to the stable before the other large projects for the government commence, so we can have contractors that bid on it and get the materials in short order.
Okay, thank you. Well, this supply thing is a real issue. Just yesterday, we were purchasing a new refrigerator for the legislature in St. Thomas, and I just happened to be in the room and they're rolling out white refrigerator. I was like, a white refrigerator? And they said, the guys in maintenance said, yeah, that's all Home Depot have. So supply and demand is a huge problem that we have here in the Virgin Islands. So we really need to, and this is why, the Beeston Hill project also needs to move forward, because the more we wait, doing a reapplication, you know what I'm gonna cause you?
It'll take too much time.
Another 2 years. We gotta move this along. We gotta figure out how to move it along. And I'm here for the long haul, and I'm trying to help you to figure out how to get this moving. Okay? I think that Senator Keith Richards, the Assistant Commissioner, you wanna wait until Assistant Commissioner Richards, I know that you are adamant about not moving this project along. So let me hear from you. You said you had a point of, you wanted to share some information. So let's hear from you, Assistant Commissioner. Are you speaking? We're not hearing. Try to use another mic.
This mic?
You may proceed.
Hello? Okay. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things, especially the characterization of the persons that participated in the public hearing. When we conduct a public hearing, it's open to everyone and everyone can comment. We make sure that the report of that hearing is exactly what we heard. So even if you're hearing individuals repeat something, we make sure that that is on the record and we report that to you, so that at some other point you don't say to us, well, you didn't say that this person said something. So we just report everything that is said in the hearing. And we do not ask persons where they live, how long they live someplace, if they live someplace else. Once we post a public hearing, it's for anyone who wants to participate. So we try not to characterize the individuals who are making statements. We just report the statement they make. But in the case of this particular application, we are in support of the property owner developing the land similar to the manner that he wants to. However, a blanket B3 rezoning gives no ability for the department to control how the property is developed. The B3 development then allows him to develop in multiple ways, hundreds of different ways. And once the rezoning is given, the department lose most control of how the site is developed. We have been in multiple conversations with the owners. We've had at least 2 or 3 back channel meetings with them, and we are open to a resolution that helps this project move along. But without some type of more detail or specifics about when, where, and how, it's hard for us to say, okay, just recommend approval and then lose all control of what happens. And I think some of the other senators are right. There have been two similar proposals that had come before this body within the last year, and we made the same recommendation. I think one was in Tipperary, as you indicated, and there was another on the east end of St. Croix. Only time will tell how those projects will develop. But from our vantage point, it makes more sense for us to know exactly what's going to happen so that we can better plan for it. But if you put it into a category that doesn't allow us to have really any control or any ability to guide the development that is in the best interest of the community, I think that's the prerogative that the legislature has.
Thank you. Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Richards, for your candor. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information, and then we're going and then we're going to close this block.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I must beg to differ with my good friend. A DPNR report is different to a transcript. However, I want to ask you, Madam Chair and colleagues, you have already alluded to it, but I'm pleading with my St. Thomas, St. John counterparts to let's put our talk to action and support young entrepreneurship. We saw it here today, from this morning, clean now into the afternoon, and we see that these are areas that are truly needed. And what we're seeing here are Virgin Islanders who are successful business owners, who are creating job opportunities, housing opportunities, especially during a housing crisis, and adding wealth to their community. So I am pleading with my colleagues to please support these young entrepreneurs. We have an opportunity to now walk the talk. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you. I would like to put on the record that I am 100% in support of entrepreneurship as well as projects such as these. But as a responsible legislator, I still am requiring information. I've been in situations in this institution where we do have individuals come in and say one thing, but then once they get these changes, something else happens. And yes, as senators, we do have the right to make adjustments when we're putting forward these documents. And I'm going to also put in some recommendations to make sure if this is what it said it's going to be, this is what it's going to be. I also agree with what PNR is saying, that we would lose all control if this is the situation and something else changes. Madam Chair, I'm also requesting for you to taper some of your snide remarks, because making statements like St. Thomas senators need to stay in their lane is not appreciated by me as a St. Thomas, St. John senator. I am a firm believer that I represent the territory, and the same passion that I have for anything that I'm doing in the district of St. Thomas, St. John, I'm going to question what is happening in the district of St. Croix. So let us do our job just like we're allowing you to do yours. Thank you so much.
Noted, Senator. We're now going to go to the testifiers or the applicants, because we're about to close out this meeting. And we're going to start with Mr. Atta.
Yes, good afternoon.
30 seconds, close out.
Good afternoon. Thank you,
Yes.
everyone, for giving me the chance to meet you guys, give my testimony. One thing I could ensure that I don't have any problem putting restriction on myself where I'm not going to put no gas stations, no bars, no clubs, no trucking company, no heavy equipment, nothing that will affect my neighborhood. And that's going to go on the record. And I'm happy that I'm doing the sacrifice. What I'm doing is what you see on these plans. And everybody, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Estelle McIntosh, 30 seconds close.
Good afternoon. I would like to say thank you for having me here, and thanks for all the considerations.
Thank you. Commissioner Gabriel, 30 seconds close.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you again for the opportunity to present this rezoning before the body. I want to thank every senator in attendance for their continued support of the Department of Public Works. And as always, thanks to the men and women of the department that continue to do the hard work that we do every single day. So we look forward to bringing this to fruition, not just for the St. Croix community, but particularly for the people of Frederiksted. Looking forward to reestablishing our footprint. Thank you.
Thank you. Leia, Mrs. Leia.
Good afternoon. Thank you again for allowing the department to place its recommendations on the record. And we do work with applicants, offering them different options besides the rezoning. We also have subdivision, group dwelling, and planned area development. So they're all options that are on the table for applicants.
Thank you. I want to thank you for spending. Are you going to be here this afternoon? No, for spending most of your day with us. And we're going to go to a quick recess before we receive the other group. But what I also think that is important is while we work together as colleagues, when the Island District senators are supporting a measure, and when we are not familiar with the location that we speak to, I think it's important for us to either travel to the Island District so we can understand what we are pushing back on, or lean on the wisdom of the Island District senators. The Committee of the Whole stands in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you. The Committee of the Whole is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the item in block, the last block of the day, block number 3? Thank you.
Block 3, lease between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Christiansted Harbor Resort Hotel and Marina, LLC. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Anthony D. Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement, Christopher Pardo, Managing Member, Christiansted Harbor Resort Hotel and Marina, LLC.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the testifiers to kindly place their name, position, title on the record. We're going to start with the Commissioner of Property and Procurement.
Good afternoon. Anthony David Thomas, Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement.
Thank you. And the representative for the lease that's before us is whom?
Good afternoon. My name is Joel Holt, and I'm the attorney.
You got to speak in the mic, Attorney Holt.
Excuse me?
Speak in the mic. Yes.
My name is Joel Holt, and I am the attorney for the project that is seeking permission today, the Christiansted Harbor Resort Hotel.
All right. And the gentleman in front of me?
I'm Christopher Pardo. I'm the CEO of Christiansted Harbor Resort Hotel and Marina.
And that's Christopher Pardo.
That's correct.
And you're the managing member?
Yes.
Okay. And we have one other gentleman
Hi, good afternoon.
that I think I know.
James Benton, partner in Christiansted Harbor Resort Hotel and Marina, and also president and founder of J. Benton Construction, LLC.
Okay, so you are a partner. Okay. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to start with the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement to please start with your testimony. You may proceed, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Senate President, the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Senate Vice President, the Honorable Noble E. Francis Jr., all remaining members of the Committee of the Whole of the 31st Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, legislative staff, fellow testifiers, and to the listening and viewing public. My name is Anthony David Thomas, and I am the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement. Appearing virtually with me is Mr. Richard Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner of Property and Printing. And I am here today pursuant to your invitation to offer testimony on the proposed lease agreement with Christiansted Harbor Resort Hotel and Marina, LLC for Protestant K.
Can you speak into the mic? We're having a hard time hearing you.
Would you like me to start over?
No, you may proceed.
Okay. I am here today pursuant to your invitation to offer testimony on the proposed lease agreement for Christiansted Harbor Resort Hotel and Marina LLC for Protestant Quay, which is located in the Christiansted Harbor. The subject lease has been approved by the Governor, Allembert Bryan Jr., in accordance with the provisions of Title 31, Chapter 20, Section 205B of the Virgin Islands Code, and is currently before this body for consideration in accordance with the provisions of Title 31, Chapter 20, Section 205C. In its efforts to redevelop and reinvigorate offerings on Protestant Quay, the government, acting through the Department of Property and Procurement, sought proposals on the request for proposals number 059-T2020P for a qualified firm to design, finance, develop, and construct and operate a world-class resort with ancillary facilities on Protestant Quay. Specifically, the RFP outlined that the successful respondent would need to do the following. 1, operate a hotel and overnight lodging accommodations. 2, undertake infrastructure improvements to operate the hotel. 3, provide retail and commercial improvements complementary to hotel facilities. And 4, operate ferry services between Protestant Quay and Christiansted Town. At the conclusion of the evaluation process, which included the review of the respondents' written proposals and 2 rounds of oral presentations and discussions, the leasee was recommended for award with the highest rated score out of 2 respondents. The government and the leasee then engaged in negotiations for the terms of the lease, subject to the comprehensive plan and proposal leasee put forth in response to RFP number 059T2020P. Those negotiated terms are the subject of the lease before you today. Christiansted Harbor Hotel, Resort Hotel and Marina LLC will lease Protestant Quay, which is located in Christiansted Harbor, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, specifically improve plot number 1, consisting of 4.404 U.S. acres, more or less, and improve plot number 2, consisting of 2.862 U.S. acres, more or less, with all buildings and improvements thereon, as shown on the OLG drawing number 2847, dated May 1st, 1970, which is Zone P for public use. The parties have negotiated an initial lease term for 60 years, which will commence on the first day of the month following the approval by the legislature of the Virgin Islands. In addition, so long as the leasee is not in default of any terms under the lease provides the leasee with the option to renew the lease for up to 3 consecutive periods of 10 years, each upon written notice of such election no less than 180 days before the end of the then current term. The base annual rent under the lease will be $150,000.00, payable in equal monthly installments of $12,500.00. During the construction period of the first phase of the project, the annual base rent will be paid at a reduced rate of $2,500 per month. Beginning in the 5th year, the lease, and continuing every 5 years thereafter, the base rent under the lease will be increased in accordance with the Consumer Price Index. For all urban consumers, 1967, 100%, or 15%, whichever is less. The redevelopment project for the premises is planned to occur in 2 phases. During phase 1, the leasee will renovate the existing 55 hotel rooms, the restaurants, pool area, and other sites with a projected value of $8 million. During phase 2, the leasee will construct approximately 60 new hotel units, construct dock extensions and ancillary structures at a project cost of $17 million. In accordance with the provisions of the lease, the leasee will be required to submit its plans and various permit applications to the department for review. The plans and development schedule for phase 1 are due to the department within 180 days after the commencement date of the lease. The plans and development schedule for Phase 2 are due to the department within 360 days after the completion of all work in Phase 1. In each instance, the department will have a maximum of 60 days to approve or disapprove the plans and project schedule. The lease requires the lessee to submit permit applications to the government's review upon earlier or either one within 240 days of the commencement date for Phase 1 and within 360 days after the completion date of Phase 1 or for Phase 2, or at least 30 days before the lessee submits the applications to the respective governmental permitting authority for approval. The lease requires lessee to use all commercially reasonable efforts to work diligently and continuously towards obtaining the required permits and approvals. The construction periods under the lease will expire upon the lessee achieving substantial completion. Substantial completion is defined as the lessee completing the improvements so that they are substantially complete in accordance with the laws of the territory and in conformity with the terms and conditions of the lease. For Phase 1, the lessee shall achieve substantial completion within 24 months after the lessee receives all final required permits and resort approvals. For Phase 2, the lessee shall achieve substantial completion within 30 months of receiving final permits and resort approvals. In the event the lessee fails to complete the Phase 2 improvements in accordance with agreed schedule, the lease include a penalty by increasing the then monthly rental payments by 150% until completion of the improvements in Phase 2. During the term of the lease, title to any improvements constructed by the lessee on the premises will vest in the lessee. However, at the conclusion of the lease term, title to such improvements will vest in the government, thus resulting in the return to the government of a property in much improved conditions. The lessee hereunder has met all customary requirements for leasing government property through the Department of Property and Procurement. The department continues to seek viable tenants who will make significant investments in government-owned properties. Such investments aid in the overall growth of the Virgin Islands economy and in improving the government's real estate portfolio. The department's request is that the executive and legislative branches continue working together to bring more lease agreements to fruition as part of the government's ongoing efforts to generate sustained revenue for the territory. Through the use of a formal request for proposal, in this instance, the government sought to leverage competition to secure its best possible long-term outcome for the people of the Virgin Islands. The Department of Property and Procurement respectfully requests that the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands vote in favor of this proposed lease agreement in furtherance of our collective desire to propel our economy and our territory's standing in the tourism market forward. This concludes my prepared testimony, and the department remains available to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're now going to Attorney Joel Holt. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, President Dr. Fred Gregory and the honorable members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. My name is Joel Holt, and I am an attorney for the Christiansted Harbor Resort Hotel and Marina, who is before you today seeking approval of the lease it has negotiated with the government of the Virgin Islands, whose team was led by the governor of the Virgin Islands, the Honorable Allembert Bryan Jr., and the Honorable Anthony D. Thomas, the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement. It is a pleasure to be here today before you. I will take just a few minutes to introduce my client and briefly comment on the negotiations that preceded this hearing today. As you may know, I've had my office, law office in the beautiful town of Christiansted since 1979. During that time, I have observed the town of Christiansted go through many stages, including some deterioration of the historic buildings on our beautiful waterfront overlooking one of the most picturesque harbors in the Caribbean. For years, I've seen multiple developers come and go with fancy promises of saving the waterfront, and yet our buildings continue to simply deteriorate further and further. One day last year, I noticed the extensive work being done on the hotel that has been closed for years, seemingly abandoned, the historic King Christian Hotel. I had to ask who's doing this wonderful restoration work. It was then that I met Chris Bardo, an architect and developer, who, as you will see shortly, is a humble visionary. Chris was doing something none of the others who preceded him had done. He was putting quality work in the forms of bricks and mortar, that's real dollars, into completely restoring the King Christian so that its architectural grandeur will bless our town for decades to come, with elegant rooms that every tourist in the world will want to stay in. I soon learned he had assembled a formidable group that is intent on making downtown Christiansted a jewel again, with his ideas and energy leading the way. Part of their hope was to secure a long-term lease for what we all call the Hotel on the Key, which is an island known as Protestant Key. When I became involved, Chris Pardo's group had already submitted a detailed proposal to the governor in response to a request seeking interested bidders, and Governor Bryan had already selected this group as the most qualified recipient applicant. Because I understood what it would mean to Christiansted if this ambitious project could come to fruition, I agreed to troubleshoot this project at no fee. My reward will be the same reward that all Virgin Islanders will enjoy, the complete restoration and expansion of Protestant Key. This project, in turn, will continue to vitalize all of Christiansted as nothing spurs growth like quality development. The size and scope of this project is an exciting prospect to bring tourists back into the heart of the town, creating a place where visitors can stay in hotel rooms in the town of Christiansted, still be on a beach, and spend money in our stores and restaurants. It is a unique location in our historic town and one that can add beauty and function once restored. The Key holds a lifetime of beautiful memories for Virgin Islanders, and I'm sure we all look forward to being a showplace for all of us to enjoy again. Before introducing Chris Pardo, I want to make a few additional comments. First, also sitting to my right is James Benton of Benton Construction, a leading contractor in the Virgin Islands, whose projects on both islands are well known. He is also a principal in this group and will take the lead in getting this project started and finished. His presence within this group gives it instant credibility in being able to complete this ambitious project. There are several other members of his team, all mentioned in the booklet we have provided for each of you. Second, the lease negotiations have been arduous, to say the least, starting well over a year ago. That effort led to the lease before you, which has to be the most extensive lease ever negotiated in the Virgin Islands. During those negotiations, I have also been busy addressing the transition of the property from the current occupants of the Key, the hotel timeshare owners, so that the transition will be smooth and not contentious. I'm pleased to say that task has also been accomplished. I'm glad to answer any questions you may have about these matters, but I want to introduce Chris Pardo to you. I'll let Chris tell you how he first came to St. Croix and his hard work since he began doing great things here, including the complete renovation of the hotel known as the Waves at Cane Bay and its wonderful restaurant, Ama, as well as the King Christian Hotel and now the King's Alley Hotel. But first, I want to tell you something about his background. Chris Pardo is an architect and designer. He is the co-founder and chief development officer of the national hotel chain Arrive Hotels and Restaurants, as well as the founder of Palm Springs-based Elemental Architecture. He began his studies in architecture and construction management at Arizona State University, later transferring to University of Las Vegas, where he graduated with honors from its hotel and restaurant management program, receiving a Conrad Hilton scholarship. After learning the ropes in various management positions with the Four Seasons Hotel and Resorts in New York and Beverly Hills, he decided to return to design, joining the University of Washington Architecture's master program. As his thesis project, Pardo designed, built, and then developed two homes, and Elemental Architecture was born. Since its inception, the firm has designed hundreds of projects throughout the United States, South America, the Caribbean, and China, ranging from single-family homes to large hotels. The firm's focus is now hospitality and has designed hotels across the country, including for brands like Marriott, Intercontinental, Kimpton, Hilton, Cambria, and of course, Arrive Hotels. In 2009, Chris came up with a boutique hotel concept called Stay Hotels, with the idea to bridge the gap between traditional hotels and the then newly started Airbnb concept. The premise was architecturally interesting hotels that were residentially furnished, food and beverage focused, and located in neighborhoods as opposed to commercial business districts. He began collaborating with former colleagues, eventually co-founding Arrive Hotels and Restaurants in 2011. Today, Arrive is a national neighborhood-based boutique hotel brand providing guests and locals unique, high-quality experiences. Arrive currently has 7 hotels open and in development throughout the United States: Palm Springs, Austin, Memphis, Phoenix, Albuquerque, New Orleans, and more under development. Chris not only serves as co-founder and director of Arrive, but also the project's architect and interior designer. Chris was named the 2020 BLA Stay Boutique Emergency Hotelier of the Year and is the recipient of the 2007 AIA Commendation Award, a 2008 Design Achievement Award for contributions to Seattle's urban patriot, and numerous accolades for his development of various hotel development properties. He and his wife, Malcolm, split their time between St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, and Houston. It is quite common to find him on site almost every day, doing everything from mixing concrete to moving furniture, and then suddenly having a new design idea that completely transforms another section of one of his projects on St. Croix. Without further ado, I will let Chris Pardo tell you more about himself and this project. Thank you.
Mr. Chris Pardo, you are recognized for your testimony.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, President Donna Fret Gregory and honorable members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. My name is Chris Pardo, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Christiansted Harbor Resort Hotel and Marina, LLC, who is currently seeking your approval of the lease for Protestant K. Thank you for having me here today. I've been traveling to St. Croix for almost 30 years, and I'm fortunate to have been able to call it home for the last 4 years. St. Croix is a very special place to me. I am excited to be part of the community and contribute to revitalizing it. For those who don't know me, I began my career as a hotelier, later becoming a designer and developer. I co-founded a chain of boutique hotels and oversaw their development throughout the United States. In St. Croix to date, my team and I have redeveloped both the waves at Cane Bay and the King Christian Hotel, restoring them to their former glory. In addition, we have opened a handful of food and beverage establishments, including Ama at Cane Bay, Virgin Island Coffee Roasters, Cream & Co., Caroline's Breakfast, Breakers Roar Tiki Bar, the Peacock Room, and most recently, El Leon Restaurant on the Christiansted Boardwalk. Our company, Neighborhood Establishment, was formed to focus on these passion projects here in St. Croix. The mission shared by my partners and I are to create additive businesses that restore physical structures, create jobs, and add vibrancy in the community. We are a team of lifelong friends who have spent our careers in development and hospitality. Our experience guided us to the belief that I call develop good. This means creating projects that not only are financially successful, but that add to the urban fabric of a community, creating a better place to work, live, and enjoy. We have found that by making these concentrated developments, it spurs additional growth and restoration around our projects. This brings me to the matter at hand. 2 years ago, we put together our response to the public RFP for Protestant K. After creating our design vision and going through numerous interviews, you selected us to be the next caretakers of the island and to shepherd it into its next life. Our vision is to restore and expand the facilities and create a world-class resort for the benefit of locals and visitors alike. The redevelopment will include enhancing the public beach and introducing amenities that will add to the offerings and experiences available on the island. The specifics of the development include a full gut renovation of the existing hotel, 60 new construction resort-style rooms, an indoor-outdoor beach restaurant, pool, beach bar, another full-service restaurant overlooking the harbor, an events venue, water sports rentals, and related activities. In addition, we will be enhancing the landscaping, expanding the marina, installing sustainable technologies, and improving the beachgoers' facilities. This project will not be easy. We have extreme hurdles to overcome, including protecting endangered species habitats, logistics of building on an isolated island, and working with various local and federal agencies. In addition to these development issues, other challenges we face include limited airlift to St. Croix, natural disasters, and global inflation. All this being said, with eyes wide open, we continue to be enthusiastic about the project and committed to revitalization and success of St. Croix. It's my hope that the other projects we have put our heart and soul into over the last 4 years demonstrate both that we're committed to St. Croix as well as our ability to overcome the challenges ahead. neighborhood establishment now employs over 143 team members on island with full benefits, including health insurance, 401k, education assistance, paid vacation. Our team is our family, and this redevelopment will continue to create the opportunity for continued job growth. Again, I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to come before you today and share our vision for this really important landmark. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pardo. We'll now hear from Mr. James Benton. You may proceed, Mr. Benton.
Good afternoon, President Donna Fred Gregory, members of the 34th Legislature, staff of the Legislature, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is James Benton, and I'm pleased to present remarks in my capacity as an investing partner, developer, and general contractor on the Christiansted Harbor Resort, Hotel, and Marina project. As you may be aware, the lease before you for consideration today is the culmination of 18 months of negotiations with the government of the Virgin Islands. I am sure you will realize that Commissioner Thomas ensured that we arrived at a lease agreement that benefits all stakeholders, not only just the investors and the developer, but the people of the Virgin Islands. I am a product of the Virgin Islands. I spent much of my childhood here, attended school here, and have operated J. Benton Construction, LLC here since 2006. I've been involved in the construction business in the Virgin Islands since 1992, at the age of 15, when I spent weekends and summers working for my father at Benton Construction Company, Inc. J. Benton Construction currently employs 180 individuals in the Virgin Islands. I live here, I work here, and I'm raising my family here, with both of my daughters having been born in St. Croix. Growing up in St. Croix, I understand the importance of environmentally sensitive and thoughtfully designed, high-quality construction to the Virgin Islands. Specifically, I know that the expansion of hotel rooms and the hospitality industry is an important part of the territory's economy. In August of 2017, J. Benton Construction completed the conversion and construction of 44 two-bedroom suites and 8 studios for the Westin in St. John. Also in 2017, my team and I built the Wyndham Margaritaville Resort in St. Thomas by converting 290 existing hotel rooms to 262 furnished condominium-style units. In 2020, we completed post-hurricane design and construction to the Lime Tree Beach Resort, and also completed renovations to the Elysian Beach Resort, also in St. Thomas. Additionally, we completed upgrades to the Buccaneer Hotel earlier this year. I'm also familiar with the Downtown Christiansted Hotel and Tourism product. In February of 2014, J. Benton Construction performed the renovations to the Christiansted Boardwalk, and in 2016, we designed and built Balter Restaurant, now known as Hamilton's. And in 2019, we completed post-hurricane upgrades to the Caravel Hotel, also located on the boardwalk. In addition to these construction projects performed by J. Benton Construction, I have also worked on the construction of Divi Resort, the Carambola Hotel, and a Doubletree Hotel, Best Western, and the Treasure Bay Hotel stateside. I grew up in this industry, and I live and breathe it every day. I'm excited to bring this experience to the work we will be doing at Hotel on the Key. I drive past Hotel on the Key every day and have thought often about its potential. Having worked on major hotel projects in the territory and throughout the Caribbean, I know firsthand the opportunity for the upgrade of the existing hotel on the Key property to a premier hotel destination. It is for this reason that I chose to partner with Christiansted Harbor Resort Hotel and Marina on this venture, and a project of this magnitude to include the tie-in to the boardwalk and the existing hotels and businesses in town will bring not only a major facelift to downtown Christiansted, but opportunities for employment in the construction and hospitality industries, increased traffic to existing and new downtown Christiansted businesses, and additional revenue to the territory's coffers. The upgrade of the Hotel on the Key property further benefits local families who enjoy the beach and its amenities, and who will continue to enjoy the beach and its amenities at the conclusion of the project. In closing, I want to thank the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and his team for their vision and hard work. I also thank you, members of the 34th Legislature, for your time and consideration. I humbly request that you approve the lease before you. It's a boost for St. Croix and a win for the territory. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go into a 4-minute round. And just for quick clarification, this is a 60-year lease with a 3-year consecutive period option of 10 years.
Yes, that's
So
correct.
this lease can be potentially a 90-year lease.
That's correct.
All right, so I wanted to make sure that we were clear on that. So we're going to start with our first senator, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of this territory, to the testifiers, central staff. The first statement the chair made was literally my second question in regards to
One second, Senator Francis Heidegger.
Okay.
I don't know if
We have a presentation.
you have a slide to present.
We have a presentation.
Yeah,
that
so
we can
we're gonna
present,
ask the-
and also a video of.
Well,
a
one
slide
second,
as
one
well.
second, one second. So we're going to ask that, did you submit that information to the legislature? Okay, so we're going to have to start over the senator's time. But before we do that, we're going to allow the, who is providing the presentation for the slides? Mr. Benton, you are?
Yes.
Okay, so I was not notified of that earlier. So, media, can you please bring up the slides for Christiansted Harbor Resort? And Mr. Benton?
Yes.
Once the slides are up, you may proceed.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'm seeing it, so you may proceed.
Okay. Next slide, please.
Next slide. You have to speak into the mic. Okay.
So here, we included some renderings of the project, and as you can see here, it will
We're having a
entail-
really hard time hearing you. Can you please increase the volume on Mr. Benton's mic? Thank you.
So as you can see in the rendering, when completed, phase 1 and phase 2, we will have 115 hotel rooms and suites. There will also be 2 food venues and 3 bars located on the property, as well as a wedding and event space, spa facility, and a 12-slip marina. Phase 1 will include the renovation of the existing 55 rooms and the rest of the food and beverage outlets, while phase 2, while that's getting permitted for the new construction that you see there, will consist of 60 modern suites. Next slide, please. Here we included this aerial rendering to give you an idea of how the new building will be laid out. Chris's background as an architect put a lot of thought into incorporating the new construction while having a minimal impact to the property and while remaining open through the duration of phase 1 and phase 2. Next slide, please. To talk a little bit about it, and I'll let Chris speak a little more in a minute, but the sustainability and the adaptive reuse was very important to this development team. So I think everybody realizes that Hotel on the Key has been lacking investment in the facilities and the infrastructure for quite some time, but we didn't find it prudent to knock those buildings down and start from scratch. So with the adaptive reuse and completely gutting and renovating the existing buildings into state-of-the-art facilities and keeping a very minimal footprint for the new building and the new construction of those 60 new suites. The other thing that was very important in the RFP and for us to deal with was the St. Croix ground lizard, the protected habitat for that animal. And also with the new build site selection, focusing on minimizing visual impact, maintaining the historic burial ground on property, and minimizing the erosion control and stormwater impact of the site. Next slide, please. Again, we wanted to include some photos of neighborhood establishments, conversions of existing properties. Here you can see the Waves at Cane Bay, where they have thoughtfully redone 11 existing rooms and also the restaurant Alma. Next slide, please. In addition, the King Christian, here's some before and after photos. That's 47 rooms that have been thoughtfully upgraded. Next slide, please. And the King Christian pool area, the before and after. I'd also like to mention that their development group, neighborhood establishment, has also recently acquired the Kings Alley Hotel, which will be combined with the King Christian, providing 72 rooms total in the near future. Next slide, please. And here's some before and after photos to see some of the vision that Chris and his team have accomplished. You can see the Peacock Lounge that was mentioned previously and the transformation for what that space used to look like. We have included in this presentation quite a few more. Actually, let's do one more slide, please. Here's a fantastic rendering looking back at the new building, new proposed building for phase 2. But instead of going through all of the additional renderings, we also have a fly-through video that we'd like to show at this point. And I'd like Chris to talk through that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benton. And then we'll go to the video at this time. Media.
This is Chris Pardo.
Okay, go ahead.
This is a fly-through showing kind of the highlights of some of the architectural decisions we made during the RFP. This was presented during the RFP to kind of give a better idea of how the building really sits on the property with the new construction. As James was saying, it's designed actually on the slope on the north side of the island to help erosion control and minimize the footprint of the building as well as the height. So from Christiansted itself, you really don't see a change to the existing look of the island. The new suites are much larger rooms than the current rooms, so we'll have a good mix of room types. They range from 380 to 720 square feet, all with private patios, a new swimming pool, rooftop bar there underneath the cover. That's Ipe floorboards. The design elements there, we're trying to interplay with the existing ticket area where you get dropped off on the ferry currently. So it's kind of a mid-century modern feel to it. Below, we'll revitalize this building completely from the ground up with an indoor-outdoor bar and an indoor-outdoor restaurant serving the beach area, and it'll be breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So it's more of our fast casual restaurant. Here now you'll see some of we worked a lot with the Fish and Wildlife going over the St. Croix ground lizard. This is all rehabilitated natural landscaping, removing the dry ponds that are currently right there and replanting. This is the upper restaurant. This is more of a high-end, it'll be dinner only, looking back towards the town of Christiansted. The kitchen here also serves the large ballroom and wedding event venue behind it, as well as catering, and then the spa is in that room right there. And I think, yeah, that's the overview of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm impressed.
Thank you so much.
It looks good. So to be honest, I have always envisioned Hotel on the Key to have either an overpass that we could walk over to it, or an underpass that we could be able to walk down and be able to a tunnel that gets us there. But nonetheless, we'll get there someday.
Sounds good.
So before I open up the floor to a round of questions from my colleagues, I wanted to ask you, Commissioner, in respect to the 60-year lease agreement, was that negotiated or that was asked for by the client at the time?
All the agreements within the lease are a combination of both.
Okay.
Government's desire and the investors' need to have a long-term lease.
Yes. Okay. All right. So at this time, we'll open up the floor to a 4-minute round.
of questioning, I will go with my colleague, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. You're recognized for your 4 minutes at this time.
My first initial question was literally the one you just asked in regards to potentially wondering how this was negotiated and why the investors and/or the government decided that potentially up to 90 years was a feasible number. I'm assuming, according to what you said, had to do with investors as well. There's an additional 60 units that's going to be built at the hotel. Why did you come up? How did you come up with this specific number? And do you think that coupled with the rooms that are already there that's going to be renovated, do you think that between the 160 plus units, this will bring about the potential economic return of your investment over said time period?
Chris Pardo. Thank you so much for the question. The 60 units were based on what the island can sustain physically. So the footprint was pretty limited without making substantial changes to the island and working around the existing historic cemetery, excuse me. So we did run performas obviously on the property, and with 115 rooms, based on my experience with my other hotels, is really where we needed to be able to provide the economic development that we need to.
Okay. What type of overall economic impact do you see that will be returning to the District of St. Croix once this project is completed?
Sorry, I don't have the exact number on me. Give me 1 second. I think we had it in our original proposal, but I don't have it in front of me.
Please hold the senator's time while Mr. Pardo gets the information.
Yeah, this is Joe Holt here. While Mr. Pardo is looking at it, I will tell you one of the impacts we're really hoping it has is the increase in airlift to St. Croix. Airlift is dependent upon hotel rooms, and it's hopeful that this project, which will, in the end, total the 60 new rooms, plus all of the 52 old rooms, I think there's actually 53, along with the existing hotels that you have, will take them almost to 225 rooms. And that should hopefully get us more flights, because right now, you want to leave St. Croix on American Airlines, you leave at 6 o'clock at night, and if you're going to connect somewhere, you're probably going to have to spend the night in Miami first. Yes. So that's one of the economic impacts.
Sorry, so I was just calculating.
Go ahead.
I was just calculating the TOT, so the hotel tax rebate. Over the life of the 90 years, it'll provide $72 million of revenue to the island.
Okay.
72 million?
That's correct.
That's what you said?
From just strictly hotel tax, not ancillary benefits of sales from restaurants and other purchases the guests make.
Okay, I got that.
1 minute.
One of the things you touched on had to do with incoming flights, et cetera. I had looked at some numbers from the Bureau of Economic Research a while back, and they spoke about the amount of visitors to the District of St. Croix when it comes to overnight. And I know we had a little influx because of COVID. And as we start to pan out, how do you intend to market your particular hotel to guarantee that you see the types of numbers to potentially fill this hotel so we could get the generated impact we were speaking about?
Again, that's a great question, and we did experience the same thing at our other two hotels, that there was an increase during COVID. This year, we've seen about a 7% decrease at our hotels. That being said, the airlines for airlift, they're requesting additional hotel rooms. As we provide additional hotel rooms, we can get more airlift. So it's always been almost a chicken and an egg. That being said, with our product, we really are based around providing an in-town cultural experience where it's not an all-inclusive hotel. Guests are coming here specifically to experience St. Croix and to experience what we have to offer here, where they can't get that experience somewhere else. And that's really how we are marketing ourselves, and it's been successful so far for us.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, my final question quickly.
You may wrap up, Senator.
Appreciate it. This one is the property and procurement. During reading the information, it said that for the RFP, there were 2 individuals, organizations, companies that came forward. Could you share with us why this particular organization was chosen as to why they're going to be the ones with this specific project? The reason why I'm asking is because a lot of times I want to be secure in making sure that the project will happen, et cetera. So share with us.
So, Deputy Commissioner Richards, I leave him answer that question.
Good afternoon, Vincent Richards from Property and Procurement. Senator, good question. One thing that stood out during the process was the ability to have financing in place and ready to go.
Good. One thing?
That's
one thing got the money. Okay.
Well, let me expand a little bit. We had a very diverse panel. I believe the commissioner of Department of Planning and Natural Resources sat in. Wayne Biggs, the director of the EDA, sat in. We had finance people sit in as well. We had also community members sit in on the evaluation process. And we got feedback from a diverse amount of people and not just from property and procurement. The impact, the environmental impact was a major consideration. Yes. You know, I learned a lot through the process about Hotel on the Key, even though I grew up on St. Croix and spent a lot of time on Hotel on the Key. But there was environmental concerns as well as financing and just making sure we chose the package that would best serve and would best serve the people of the Virgin Islands.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you very much, Senator. Mr. Deputy Commissioner Richards, if you could just put your name and title on the record for us, please.
Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner of Property and Procurement's Property and Printing Division.
Thank you very much. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes at this time.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. And good afternoon to the viewers of this territory. Mr. Christopher Bardot, the Waves was one of my hangout spots. And I thought that place would have had to get crushed because it was in that bad of a condition. And when I drive by, I think I drove by about maybe a week or 2 ago, and I looked at it, I said, my God, I can't believe that's the Waves. I really couldn't believe it. So I must say you got some touch. I appreciate what I saw there. And if you put that same touch into this beautiful piece of property can really be back what it used to be. I, as a young parent, used to take my kids over there on the weekend. We used to rent jet skis, and the children used to love having the hamburgers and fries. And it was like getting off the island, but still on the island. And it really brings back a lot of memories. And the rendering that I'm seeing here, I'm impressed. What I would like to ask is, if this lease is approved, when would be the start date and when would be the completion date?
Sure. Thank you so much for all of that, and I really appreciate it. We will start immediately. That's what we've done with all of our projects. We're here to do this project. This is our focus. So obviously, permits will have to be done, but there's work we can do on property before to prevent some of the deferred maintenance, correct that, enhance the beach area with FF&E, but we'll immediately start working on the project. And we do have timelines that we've committed to inside the lease agreement as well that I think will hopefully beat, depending on the timelines of the permitting.
One of the major downfalls of the key was having that ferry being able to be running at late hours. A lot of times folks might have gone, like let's say when festival time come, they end up in Frederickson if that's where the festival is, and then time to get back on the key. What are your intentions to make sure that you have that 24-hour service at that ferry, getting people back to the island?
That's been a major concern that I've witnessed at the King Christian. Obviously, since the boat right now picks up the guests in front of us, I've seen people waiting 30, 45 minutes or longer for the boat. So the nice thing about us operating it with the King Christian property there as well is we have the staff that we can actually do it 24 hours a day. And as we open up 115 rooms, we'll have the revenue on island to be able to actually afford better servicing, ideally up to 2 boats at one time during peak times.
And then my next question would be, what about nightlife activity for those who don't want to leave the island to the hotel. They might just want to stay on the island and enjoy the evening with the family. What type of night activity? Casinos? You guys have interest in gaming and the property?
We're hotel operators, so I'll leave that to someone else. We're not opposed to doing a third-party lease if that's something that comes up in the future, but there's no plans for casino currently. Okay. We will have the main restaurant open 7 days a week. Actually, both restaurants open 7 days a week, but the evening higher-end restaurant that's overlooking town. Also, there will be the beach bar with live music and at the pool area. So there's a lot of opportunity, I think, to really engage the local and the visitor clientele over to Island, as well as the event spaces where we can have larger functions, meetings, and weddings and everything.
And would you be marketing this hotel with your other boutiques and different facilities that you have in possession?
That's correct.
30 seconds.
We'll be marketing them all together nationally. And we do have a large PR company that works on all of our projects out of New York City currently, and that has done a great job of kind of promoting St. Croix in general and then our properties as well.
Well, it's been a long time seeing the key sitting there, and this is a no-brainer. I just need to look through a lot of the other agreements in the lease and make sure that I'm comfortable with it. But it's well needed in the downtown area, so I'm quite sure all of us will be on deck to support this initiative. It needs to happen. The key needs to come back alive again. Thank you very much for your investment in the territory, especially in the island of St. Croix. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. And if we could just talk a little bit in terms of the local flavor. Hotel on the Key was well known for their glass battle dancing, mocha jumbies, the Tuesday night barbecue. Is that you intend to continue any of that?
Yeah, ideally, we'd like to have activity happening every night because obviously we can pull from our other properties as well. So I think we'll have now finally the amount of hotel rooms we need in town to justify the expense of having constant events happening. But we fully embrace it and are excited to bring it back.
Okay, very well, thank you. And Senator Bolquez, if we could just beg your indulgence. Senator Blyden have a flight to catch, so I'll allow him to go next. Senator Blyden, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Bolquez, for your indulgence. Good afternoon, testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. I mean, you have a great team in front of you. Benton Construction, you know, you have Attorney Holt, Anthony Thomas. I think it's a great team, and I appreciate what I saw. I appreciate the drawings. It's a new look. You know, I believe with the other hotels and advertising, I believe some of those guests would also come to the territory of the result, you know, of this most beautiful design. Let me ask, though, in terms of your portfolio and the investment here on the Big Island of St. Croix, what does that investment number look like in terms of dollars and cents?
Currently in St. Croix or for this project?
For this project.
For this project,
yes.
We've committed to, I believe, $25 million. That being said, the project is going to be well over $25 million. So that was a baseline, basically, for a minimum investment on the island.
And the reason why I asked that question, it goes to show that this is a serious investment that you are making and a serious commitment, as a matter of fact, on behalf of the people of St. Croix. And I understand why the axe was 60 years, because you need to get a return on investment. That's what people go into business for. But at the same time, I'm happy that you have chosen St. Croix, you know, to make your home. And I'm happy to see the type of product in terms of quality work, you know, that I've seen here. I'm very impressed. King Christian Hotel, I did go on a tour earlier this year, and I was very impressed with the quality of work and what you have done with those rooms. You have kept the old flavor, but at the same time with a new flair. You know, and I'm into that. I'm into construction also, and I appreciate when I see quality and good work. And I want to congratulate you, as a matter of fact. And of course, I vote yes. I'll be voting in affirmative because this is what we need for the island of St. Croix and the Virgin Islands as a whole. I'm sure when you finish with St. Croix, you could come to St. Thomas and we can try a thing also in St. Thomas, St. John District. When you're finished with St. Croix. Hey, we're one people, guys. One people, one territory. Don't get it twisted. Well, I really appreciate good quality work. I like what I see. I love good design. And how many employees are we speaking to, though, in respect to Hotel on the Key?
We'll end up having combined over 250 employees between our two properties.
250 employees. That's a good look for St. Croix. I really appreciate that. In respect to what my colleagues spoke to in terms of the island flavor, the Christian flavor, and the traditions that that we had at Hotel on the Key, do you plan to keep those moving forward?
For sure. Yeah, we definitely want to embrace them.
What about your menu in terms of cuisines?
We haven't decided for the restaurants yet, but what we have been doing is strategically doing different cuisines at each offering we have to really build on the existing restaurants that are available and create something new as well. So hopefully we all work in synergy with the existing restaurants in Christiansted.
Well, very well. If you don't have any question, I like what I see. I look forward to visiting once it's completed, and I look forward to also doing a tour when we are almost ready for completion. So thank you so much for your investment on the Big Island of St. Croix and the territory as a whole, and I look forward to our people enjoying what we are seeing here today. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Before we go to Senator Bolkes, just real quickly, do you intend to seek any EDC benefits?
We will. We are a current EDC company, so we will be doing the EDC benefits, and we most likely will seek the Hotel Development Act as well.
Absolutely. Thank
and
you.
it was built into our performa.
Say that again, please.
It was built into the performa we submitted during the RFP.
Great. Senator Bolkes, you recognize for your 4 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, gentlemen. And I am in unwavering support of this measure concerning the hotel. However, I was reviewing the lease, and I had a few questions concerning page 3, section XE, of which outlines the reselling of the property. Can you tell us specifically under what conditions you would resell the property, and if there would be provisions to protect prior agreements and, of course, most of all, the employees of the resort?
What page? Could you give the page number?
Senator, you said page 3? But that's the
Page 3, section XE, 11, in the lease agreement. Okay, time is ticking, so while you look for that, I also have another page, pages 23 and 27, which outline Article 11, events of default. I didn't see any indication of not having insurance as a determining factor of being in default. That was my other question. But those were the only two things I had concerning the lease. However, I'm in unwavering support of this economic development measure for the island of St. Croix. But those were my two questions concerning the lease.
Joe Holt, let me just answer the insurance first of all. The lease requires insurance. It requires multiple kinds of insurance, liability insurance, flood insurance, a lot of different ones. It does not require windstorm insurance during the first few years of the project, and that's because a good part of the buildings will be taken down. But after the first phase is finished, then the government can insist on windstorm insurance being purchased, and at that time that'll be addressed. But you can't think of another kind of insurance that they're not required to have. They got to insure their boilers, they got to insure their boats. I mean, they have to insure their loss of rent. So windstorm is the only one that's accepted, and that can still be required after a few years. And finally, real quick, because I know this is your time, the government can actually require them to get any other kind of insurance they think is appropriate after the first 5 years, because we know the insurance market changes, and therefore the government has the right to insist on kinds of insurance that we may not even know exist right now. On the
Thank you for that, Attorney.
and just on the sale, they can sell the lease, but the government, if they sell to anything other than a wholly owned subsidiary, the government then gets a percentage of that profit.
Noted, but just wanted to know about protections for employees concerning the reselling.
Okay, so right now there are employees at the property, and our agreement with the Hotel on the Key timeshare is that we keep all of the employees. So no one will lose their jobs in this transition. In all frankness, in downtown Christiansted, you need employees. So their jobs would probably be secure anyway, but the agreement with the timeshare owners is that all employees will keep their jobs.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. And concerning the development and Protestant Key, will it be still available for the public to come to the beach?
Yes, fully
the
available
event that-
as it has been in the past and will continue forever to be the entire facility.
30 seconds.
Okay. Thank you very much. And how long would the timelines concerning phase 1 and 2? Do you have a timeline on those phases?
This is James Benton. Per the contract, we've got a certain amount of time, 8 months total to submit permitting. We have 24 months for phase 1 and 30 months for phase 2, but we do plan on designing and getting permitting and building a lot quicker than that. But there is a slew of permits that need to be in place, some of them very lengthy, so we needed enough time to secure those permits.
Okay, excellent, gentlemen, and I look forward to coming over and having a pina colada on the beach. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Very well. Thank you, Senator Bolquez. Before we go to Senator Joseph, I'm going to ask for your indulgence as well. We have senators that need to catch the flight over before we go to the next senator, which will be Senator Fred Gregory. I wanted to ask you, Commissioner Thomas, whether or not, and also perhaps the developer as well, have there been any discussion in regards to working with DPNR in terms of the permitting process to allow for some expedited, on-time permitting process, so again, we don't create any barriers or impediments towards being able to get this project done on time?
So the short answer is yes. But they also have some ongoing negotiations with DPNR concerning undergrounding stuff, fees. That the property has been so old, there's some historical issues with payments that have nothing to do with this developer. So we've been working towards clearing those things up. And those things has to be cleared by phase 2. So we have some time to finalize it, but yes, the short answer is yes.
Thank you, thank you. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize for your 4 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Very quickly, you probably said it already, but I probably missed it. What is the all-in investment?
The commitment to lease is $25 million. That being said, I think the last estimate that we submitted during the RFP was about $40 million.
Oh, 40 million, okay. All right, so I know that the previous owners of the property had issues. There were some issues where they were in litigation with the courts. Have those matters been resolved?
Yes, the government of the Virgin Islands evicted the timeshare owners. The timeshare owners threatened to appeal. We figured it'd be tied up in litigation for years because appeals take time and could be reversed. So we entered into an agreement with them to recognize the existing timeshare owners. There are 333 of them, and they have interest in property until the year 2039. But we worked out an agreement with them so that there would be a smooth transition. Those owners can use those units. They can't sell them. They can't mortgage them. They can't rent them out to other people. That's, in essence, the agreement we reached.
Okay. This is for the Commissioner of Property and Procurement. So, based on the response, the government of the Virgin Islands is the legally recognized owner of this property. Okay. I think I heard it in a testimony earlier about the protected species. And how do you think you will fare with, the Federal Department of Conservation regarding these protected species and the expansion that you're intending to do?
So yeah, it's the St. Croix ground lizard, and then there's also a agave species of plant, both of them that are on the property. We did a number of meetings with Fish and Wildlife before we submitted RFP so we could completely understand what we'd be dealing with moving forward. And that was part of the design decisions that we saw in the video of replanting natural vegetation in areas that were disturbed previously with the original development and creating new habitat on the island and minimizing our building footprint.
Okay.
That's how we're trying to accomplish it.
Okay, great. Okay, so let's talk about energy. and reusable energy. What is your, how do you intend to utilize energy on the quay? We're not hearing.
The final plan still to be determined, but we plan on using as much renewable energy as possible.
Okay, so right now there's underground power, underground cables that provide power.
That's
but your
correct.
proposal is to go towards renewable energy.
As much as feasible, but we have some space limitations, so
Oh.
we need to obviously secure this lease. There needs to be a due diligence period. We're on the island and more evaluating existing infrastructure and then coming up with the plan on how we can improve the resiliency of that. So.
Okay, and is there any opportunity for a conference space?
Yes.
Yes, there's a large conference room and meeting spaces inside
Yes.
that we're going to facilitate, as well as a ballroom.
I think I have one final question. Currently, the quay is open, and how many employees are currently working there, and how will this agreement impact those employees, and what do you foresee as the number of employees that will actually have opportunities at, and Virgin Islanders is like key,
Sure.
important to me, working on the hotel in the quay?
There's currently 18 employees, I believe, on property. Our plan in phase one, as we outlined it, is we'll be renovating one building at a time, so the hotel will never be closed. And that's partly for safety reasons. We never want the island to not have any occupants on it. So all of the staff members will be retained, and they'll be working at Hotel in the Quay or at our other hotels across the way. And then finally, once it opens up, we have combined 250 employees between the King Christian, Waves, and the Hotel in the Quay.
All right, so that's, and one last final question, if you will. Do you intend to apply for EDC benefits?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to head back to St. Thomas, and I'm going to leave this in the able hands of the Vice President of the Legislature. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please enjoy.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. At this time, can you quickly quantify large space when we talk about meeting space? What is that number?
It would be 40 people, I believe, is the space that the largest meeting room holds. The ballroom, I believe, is 100.
100. Okay, very well. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. What a wonderful breath of fresh air you are to that seat. I just wanted to say that I am in full support of this piece of measure, this lease agreement, so that we can move St. Croix forward in a positive way and provide additional jobs for our people. So I definitely am in support in principle of this piece of legislation. I did hear that you're going to be using and tapping into the Hotel Development Act. Kudos for you in looking at that as a viable resource to support your already committed investment, and also you're going to look at being an EDC beneficiary. So I wanted to ask a question of Commissioner Thomas. You mentioned in your statement that you had two entities that had responded to the RFP. What was the name of the other entity?
Correct, Senator. 1 second.
Okay, my time is running.
Please hold the Senator time while the Commissioner gets the information.
Neighborhood Establishment LLC.
All right.
Neighborhood Establishment, okay.
Oh, no. Sorry.
LLC?
No, sorry. Global Solutions VI LLC.
Okay. All right, thank you. Now, I wanted to ask Mr. Holt, you mentioned, Attorney Holt, you mentioned that you had supplied a booklet in your comments. What is the booklet? Was it part of the slideshow that you showed?
It was.
Yes, this
Is that your booklet?
The PowerPoint presentation, because we switched to the video, the booklet actually has a lot more photographs in it than we showed on the PowerPoint, and it has all the rooms in it, the layout of the rooms. I'm sorry, the booklet has not been sent over to St. Thomas yet, but there are extra copies for you, and the PowerPoint was provided, so hopefully that's been available to you.
Okay, so that's the booklet here, because I know you mentioned it in your statement, but I didn't see the booklet with all of the amenities and the investors who are looking to invest in this huge project for St. Croix. Now, how much money are you looking to, at least projected, just say projected, to look at for the Hotel Development Act? How much are you looking at utilizing to develop this property?
This is James Benton.
Just preliminary.
Total development cost will be approximately $37 million.
37 million. Okay. And how many jobs do you anticipate that is going to be made available between demolition, construction, and occupancy, and overall operation of the resort?
So total construction jobs will be over 150.
And then final operating, we had 110.
Okay, 110. So we're looking at a total of 260 jobs for the St. Croix district between construction and operation. Awesome. Now, my final question, do you plan to operate any casinos?
We do not currently plan that. That being said, we're hotel operators, so we're not opposed to having a third-party operator, but we are not planning on having a casino.
Okay, you don't plan. Is there any consideration to operate any casinos at Hotel on the Key?
It has not materialized. We haven't sought it out, and no one sought it out with us.
Not at this time.
So not at this time.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering because I know St. Croix really looks at operating, and that could be an added benefit to you to have a casino operating. Are you going to make any, in your management of the hotel and operation, you're going to make any preference for local businesses to operate and give preferential treatment to local businesses and entrepreneurship? I heard my name, I'm sorry, I heard my time called.
Yeah, your time will call, Senator, but go ahead and complete your question.
You're so kind. You're very kind. Yes. So are there going to be any preferences for local businesses to get sublease or to operate or get franchise agreements with the hotel once it's built?
Yeah, 100%. That's our intention, to have local operators as the third-party operators for water sports and all the different activities on the island. Also, as part of the EDC, that is our requirement to immediately have locals bid on the project. But that's our preference, and that's what we've done so far in town as well.
Excellent. You have sold me on this project. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I definitely will be voting in the affirmative and for St. Croix on this well comprehensive and thought out project. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. The chair will recognize Senator Gittins at this time for his 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the previous speaker. Thank you for supporting the economy of St. Croix, which will eventually make a better Virgin Islands. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I am happy to see this property being developed. Protestant Key is near and dear to me. Do you happen to know who Mr. Herschel Greenaway was?
I do.
You don't?
I don't.
Yeah, I'm sure my good attorney do.
May he rest in peace.
May he rest in peace.
Ran the restaurant there for many years.
For many years, he ran the Harbor Master restaurant there at Hotel on the Key. Very vibrant business. A lot of locals came out. They loved it there, and we're hoping that it will be the same family type oriented atmosphere there, where a lot of locals do patronize the beach bar there. I'm looking at the renderings. There'll be more than one restaurant, correct?
That's correct. So the beach bar restaurant would be a 3-meal a day, more casual restaurant, and then the higher end restaurant up on the hill looking down where the mango
Up top,
tree is would be a dinner only, 7 days a week.
I have some concerns, not directly with the hotel project, but with the marine atmosphere taking place around there and the lack of enforcement by the Department of Planning and Natural Resources Enforcement Division. Are you concerned about those sunken vessels about the quay there?
We do have concern.
Have you had any in-depth conversation with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources regarding the removal of these sunken vessels?
We have not.
Do you plan to, since it's a concern?
I think it would be a good idea.
Thank you.
Yes.
And I will continue from my end as well.
Thank you.
Now, I've noticed that there's a small marina there. Will that be the only dock on the quay, or do you intend to have a second one? Because I think at one point there was a second one and possibly a third one on the backside, but I'm not concerned about the backside. I'm talking about the second one that will probably be more to the usage for the water sports that you're talking about.
And the dock to 12 slips, and potentially to possibly have some moorings as well.
And then there is a utilitarian dock on the back side that's used for trash removal and everything. I wasn't aware of the one you were talking about. That was, I guess, on the northern side, right before the tennis courts.
Right.
Okay.
So the go back. You said about you spoke about the 12 slips. That's for the marina.
Yes.
Okay. And again, just make sure that you're having in-depth conversation with DPNR enforcement so that we can regulate this area, please. Especially on a Sunday when it's highly traversed and people beach their boats and all sorts of things. So hopefully all this will discontinue. I want to really caution our local boat operators, because that's one of the reasons why jet skis are now banned from Buck Island. The federal government has put their foot down and have actually banned those skis from going up there. So we need to just be more respectful and responsible when we're operating these vessels. Thank you, best wishes, and looking forward for this project to be off and running. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Are you aware, or are you tracking the fact that the cargo that traditionally went into the Gallows Bay area is now being relocated over on the South Shore, and that in fact there is an attempt to do a dredging of that channel and allow for the boutique cruise ships? In that, have you considered how you'll be able to incorporate the cruise ship with the hotel?
Yeah, we believe that's going to be a really additive guest for Christiansted. It is the clientele that I think we do want to see in town that will spend money. They'll go to restaurants. They'll want to enjoy the beach. And being in town where we're at, it's a perfect opportunity for them with their limited time on island.
Okay, so that is part of your portfolio in terms of looking at it. Very well, thank you. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon once again to my colleagues and to the testifiers. Mr. Prado, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Well, I want to commend you for choosing St. Croix, really. of course, you have presented to us your ability to really transform buildings and hotels, and really bring back to life areas in our community that have been kind of dead. So I want to thank you for your investment in the territory, and particularly my island of St. Croix. Are you planning to keep the name, or are you planning to change the name?
We'll be changing the name. We're still working on the working title is the Christiansted Harbor Resort, but we will rename and have a grand opening, revealing it at that time.
All right. So you're seeking a flagship hotel branding type, or?
We haven't decided whether or not we'll flag it yet. And we did have, as part of the RFP, we have a proposal from Hilton and we have a proposal from Kimpton Hotels. Also, my chain of hotels, Arrive, is interested, but we haven't decided yet which direction we'd like to go or if we want to keep it independent.
So you still have those options available as you move forward. Now, neighborhood establishment, will they be considered as a parent company?
I'm not sure exactly how it's be structured, but I believe so. Right now, a neighborhood establishment is the EDC company, and I hold the different hotels currently in separate LLCs for each operating business, but it all falls inside of that. So I think it'll be a partner member, I believe, is how it'd be structured.
Okay. Now, if Commissioner, can you speak to us a little bit about the bidding process?
The bidding process?
Yeah, you said the RFP came out, and just short.
I would yield to Deputy Commissioner Richards. He was part of that team, so I'll let him share with you on what he did.
Deputy Commissioner, my time. Is he?
Deputy Commissioner Richards?
Yes, is there a specific question from Senator Carrion?
If you could just,
He was asking about the bidding process. If you could just touch a little bit briefly on the process by which the bidding was done.
The RFP was issued in October 2020. We received the proposals in November of 2020. We had two respondents. One was Global Solutions VI LLC. The second was Neighborhood Establishment LLC. We held two rounds of oral presentation, one in February 16th, 2021, and I believe the second round was in March 2021. The committee, the voting committee included the then Deputy Commissioner of the Procurement Division of Property and Procurement, myself, the Deputy Commissioner of Property, the Assistant Commissioner of Property and Procurement, CEO of EDA, as well as the Commissioner of Department of Planning and Natural Resources. We had two non-voting committee advisors and community stakeholders. One had a financial background and the other one had a construction and design background. And that's pretty much it in a nutshell, Senator. If you want to, I don't know if you have any other specific questions.
I just wanted the general public to have an idea that this went through a bidding process and what it looked like a little bit, so they could know, how the government is doing business. So thank you for sharing that information. Regards to increasing the capacity by 60 more rooms, correct? Sewage and those type of stuff, wastewaters. What's the process for that, being that it's a separate K?
That's one of our major concerns, and I've dealt with that issue a lot at King Christian and Kings Alley. So we're looking at the opportunity to possibly have on-site management of the sewage system, but also we're going to be evaluating the lines with waste management that are connected currently under the water back to King Christian, unfortunately. So we are working on that.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just one last question. In regards to our Hotel Development Trust Fund, will you be using any of that fund, tapping into it for your construction and renovation?
Yeah, we're planning on applying for the EDA. The Hotel Development Act, excuse me. And I believe with the this is considered a renovation and a new construction. So I think the maximum benefit is half of the TOT can be contributed back towards the debt that's placed on the property.
Okay, interesting. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Next, we'll go to Senator Potter. You recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I don't have many questions. I just wanted to start by saying I'm very impressed by the layout and the design of this project. I don't know if you mentioned it before, but if you did, forgive me. What is the timeline for the full completion of this project once this contract is approved, once this lease agreement is approved?
This is James Benton. The time frame starts once we have approval on all permits for each phase. So phase 1 construction is a 24-month time frame, and the phase 2 construction has a 30-month time frame. But those don't start until all permits are in hand. But like we said, we do believe we're going to significantly improve upon those time frames.
Okay. I agree. Someone said that nothing spoils growth like a quality development, and from all accounts, this looks like a quality development. I wanted to ask my next question to Chris Pardo. Based on your presentation, you've indicated that Chris Pardo is the Stay Boutique Emerging Hotelier of the Year. And I just wanted to add, first of all, say congratulations. And what special philosophy or approach to the industry do you possess that led to you being, receiving this accolade?
I think it was thank you for the question. I think it was a combination of my past experience as a hotel operator before I went into design. So I learned kind of how the back of house works and being able to maximize, I guess, the efficiency of a hotel, and then fitting into the community through the architecture that I learned later in life. So I believe I received that award from, I guess, the overall operations of the hotels I've been able to develop over the years, and then how they have fit seamlessly into the neighborhood that we've built them.
Excellent. Kudos to you on that. The total number of hotel rooms, are we to calculate 115 total?
That's
with
correct.
With the renovated rooms plus the new 60 room?
That's correct. 115 total rooms will be on island.
Okay. How many employees? I know you said that the company right now has 140 team members on island. Once the construction and renovation starts, coupled with, the day-to-day operations of the hotel, how many total employees, will you have?
Sure. Yeah, we currently have 143 employees between our two hotels. We're projecting 110 additional to fully operate the hotel on the Key once we're open.
Okay. Regarding the bars, I know you said that there's an additional wrinkle in that you're going to have to get regulatory and governmental authority approvals. How do you anticipate working through that process of getting the permits to operate the ferry service?
Very, very diligently. So our plan is to start with whatever work we can as soon as possible, and then layer in as quickly as we can with all of the permitting agencies. But just to mention, I mean, it's besides building permits, there's coastal zone management, there's stormwater pollution and prevention planning, there's Army Corps of Engineers approvals, fire department approvals, and like you said, a few other issues around some of the endangered species. So there's quite a bit to work through with the total development plan. But our plan is to do it as consecutively as possible.
Okay. Thank you very much for your responses. I'm very impressed by this proposal thus far, and good luck. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Before we go to the next senator, which will be Senator VLA, I wanted to ask you, is there a rating that will be given to that you're working towards so that you can be recognized? What category or rating you intend to aspire to for the hotel?
Sure, this is going to be a full-service 4-star hotel with all the amenities. We'll be able to do room service. We'll have a gym. We'll have meeting rooms. So we'll qualify for the highest level.
So a four category?
Yep.
Great. Senator Viola, you recognize for your 4 minutes at this time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I know you're doing substantial work in Christiansted, and I applaud you for that. I had an opportunity to visit King Christian Hotel, the new rooms that you developed right above what was the old Chase Bank, that is now the coffee shop, and amazing transformation.
Thank you.
You were not the contractor on that one yet, though, right, Benton?
Sorry, what's the question?
You were not the contractor on that first phase of the project?
No.
Okay.
We were not.
Okay, but they did very, very good work. I had an opportunity to carry some of my colleagues from St. Thomas to see the modifications that you made to those particular rooms, and I think they were quite impressed. But that entire area, as a result of your commitment to the island of St. Croix, you have been able to transform. From the coffee shop, it's beautiful. It's a real nice environment. I'm going all the way down to Caroline's. You lease Caroline's, right, to somebody else?
No, we operate it.
Oh, I didn't see it in your testimony. You missed it out. But you Caroline's to the ice cream shop, to your newly opened Mexican restaurant that just opened 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
And how many employees do you have in that restaurant?
47.
To Ama, which is a very nice restaurant out by Cane Bay, to the refurbishment of the Cane Bay property. So you have a significant stake in the hotel industry and restaurant industry on St. Croix, and it is developers like you that we want to be here on this island to move this island forward. In reference, you recently signed an agreement with the government for the purchase of the old Anchor Inn property?
That's correct. We purchased the Kings Alley Hotel and the vacant parking lot, the Anchor Inn, in between, and it'll be combined into King Christian, so we'll have 115 room or 110 rooms at King Christian.
Because you didn't put that on the record, so I wanted to make sure it's there. When is your plan to develop the Anchor Inn property?
It's ongoing, so we're submitting for permits on the new construction portion, but we're doing renovations to the existing buildings currently. So we should have all the 72 of the rooms all ready to go by middle of January, and then the new construction once the permits come out.
Okay, so the 72 rooms is the old King Christian
And Kings Alley combined.
and Kings Alley. Okay, so the bend your arm to buy Kings Alley. Bend your arm a bit.
Yep.
The building in the front, when you're coming into what is now Government Park, and was that a part of the Kings Alley?
That was, and so we'll be renovating that into a retail facility and then actually apartments above that as well.
When is the plan to start that?
We're submitting for permit, I believe, next week.
Okay. Those are the buildings you want. That's right in front of the old People's Drug Store that we need to get renovated. It's been closed for a number of years, and we need to bring activity to the part of town. Overall, with King Christian, with Caroline's, Ama, all the other businesses you own, how many employees total?
We have 143 total employees.
Okay, and that includes all?
Yeah, that does.
How does that project that has been ongoing for so long, I don't know what the federal government, what they're building, but it's been there forever, just, do you know if there's an end date that, how are you going to mobilize? I'm thinking from where are you going to mobilize with what is going on right there? Is there an end date for the project that you know of?
We haven't received it. Originally, we were told it would have been finished about 4 months ago, I believed. They have made significant progress in the last month, but I looked at it this morning, and I feel like they have a few more months before it to be complete. And it has negatively affected my guests, which has been an issue. But
it has, right?
It has.
Yeah, down there's a mess, especially I saw with the sewer line and everything else. Have that problem been rectified?
No, not completely yet. That's Waste Management's working on it, and they've been very responsive, but it's been a slow process. Originally, I believe they were trying to get completed in a month, and it's been, I guess, 4.5 months now. And that's right in front of Caroline's, which has been a challenge for us as well.
Financing, you're set.
What was that?
Financing?
I'm not sure of the issue.
Okay. And you said you're making up your mind as to whether or not you're going to use your own brand or next brand?
That's correct. So as we evaluate the property, I believe it's such a unique location that we might want to identify as a completely boutique hotel. That being said, we do have the proposals from Hilton and Kimpton and my hotel chain arrive, so we may go with a brand at the end.
Have you purchased any other property in town?
We have purchased an apartment building, fully renovated it. It's a 17 unit.
Which one?
It's called the Churchill Apartments, right next to the church as you come into Christiansted. And we've been.
Okay, right at the, before you go down by Thomas Bakery, the one on the right-hand side?
That's correct.
Oh, you just purchased that?
We purchased it about a year ago, renovated it. We also purchased a warehouse on Richmond, I guess, and that we use that to stock all of our construction materials. That's why we've been able actually to build quicker. We bring everything on island, have it stored ready to go, and start our project once everything's on island. And it allows us to finish our projects more quickly.
Okay. I'm definitely a supporter of the project, so I'm going to be voting in affirmative, and we thank you guys for the investment. And Hotel on the Key was a real messy project from the onset with the government and the lease, and then the timeshare holders. It's a real messy project. Plus, the ground lizard that's over there. So, I'm just crossing my fingers that everything will go as quick as possible, and hope that DPNR will understand the importance of these projects and try to pass those permits as quick as possible and don't have them held up for months. So I'll definitely vote in the affirmative. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale. Madam Timekeeper, if you could put 4 minutes on the clock for me, real quick. First of all, I think it was a wise idea to go with Attorney Joel Holt. I think that was a positive, so I want to say that. But in terms of the acquisition of this whole process, is there anything that you believe that the government could have done better to facilitate a smoother transition, a more timelier transition? And again, it's not really to cast any blame, but we have to do introspection and be able to improve. Is there anything that we could have done better as a government?
I think it's a challenging project in general. The Hotel on the Key, as just mentioned, has had issues for years with how the timeshares have been arranged, and then obviously endangered species, everything. It's a very tricky development. So I think in general, I felt like the government handled the RFP well. I think, we're always frustrated with timelines. So I was a little bit frustrated with the timeline of negotiating the lease, but understand it. It's a very important lease to get exactly right, and it's a long-term lease. So I think it was justified, and we've come to agreement that we're all comfortable with, and I think will provide a great new property in Christiansted.
Thank you. Thank you for your political response there. In respect to locals and their need for a staycation, have there been any consideration in terms of local rates that you intend to use?
Yeah, we do offer a local discount at all of our hotels currently, and we'll do the same on Hotel on the Key. And it gets reevaluated every year, the exact percentage, but it's offered constantly if you have a USVI ID.
What is next? What is next for the group? What is it that you're looking at? Of course, we hear that there is some construction going on, obviously, and the hotel acquisition, some other building, and those things. What is next?
Sure. So we're actively working on finalizing the merger of King Christian with Kings Alley, and that'll finalize that property into a 110-room hotel. It'll end up having 2 more restaurants in addition to the one that we just opened up. We also are just working on getting the final bids to rebuild the 2 docks, the old Kings Alley dock, which would allow, I believe, 8 boat slips, and then the King Christian one was re-permitted for 16. So we'll be building that as well. So between the 3, with Hotel on the Key, we'll have more of a marina atmosphere as well. I think that, which will be really additive, I believe.
What about the aesthetics of town that give you a reason for concern about individuals being able to come and being able to market your hotel development? Is there anything that, as a government, of course, we're working on the roads and the sewage in the area, but is there anything else that you believe that we need to perhaps take a look at to be able to address the aesthetics of town?
There's two, I think, things that I'm very concerned about. Safety is a huge concern. We've had to engage private security ourselves 24 hours a day for the last year and a half because of issues we've been having. I'm worried about my employees. The El Leon closes late at night, and so they're walking to their cars, and there really isn't enough lighting or security, I believe, for our employees, let alone our guests as well. I think I think that would probably be my primary concern. The other one, I guess, isn't how anything looks, but parking is a huge issue in town. We've been working on some strategies to solve our issues on our own, but I think a real focus by the government on providing a central parking structure or something for the town would be very additive for everyone in town.
In regards to parking, have you approached the Park Service, anyone, to perhaps utilize their parking area?
We've been approaching them since I bought the property in 2018, and with no positive budging. And we've also offered to provide security overnight at that parking lot at our cost, nothing. But that would be a huge benefit. It's 55 parking spaces. I think that would be ideal. It needs a little bit more lighting as well if they were willing to keep it open.
Perhaps we could have a conversation with the delegate to Congress and maybe ask her to step in to assist us and support us in that endeavor. So as a body, we could do that. So what keeps you up at night? What about this project that gives you a reason for pause?
I think we're contractors when it comes down to it. So I think the biggest thing that concerns me is just the logistics of building on an island off of an island. It's going to be very, very challenging. I think the permit issues are just regular things or not regular, but they're things we deal with all the time. And so it's all about timing. But the actual physical construction is a very challenging project. I think that's why I'm so excited to have James on board, that he obviously knows how to build in situations like this. But that gave me the biggest pause when we were considering submitting for RFP, is just how to physically make this happen.
Well, you're sandwiched in between two great individuals. You got Joel Holt on one side and James Benton on the other side. Colleagues, is there, I see Senator Sorrell is back there. I'll go to her, and then if there's any other burning question, I'll certainly allow you to ask those. Senator Sorrell, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't really have any questions as I was listening to the discussion, and my only two concerns were answered previously about we see so often, like when hotels close down or have a change of ownership, people lose jobs, employment is affected, and I think earlier you clarified that, correct?
Correct. We're maintaining the staff.
Yeah, and then the other component was insurance. And just refresh my memory as I was listening, you talked about after 5 years. What did you say again?
After 5 years, the government can add additional insurance requirements that they feel necessary.
Okay, and what do you have right now? What type of insurance would you have right now?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
What type of insurance right now?
We have, we're required to have every insurance basically besides wind. Wind's the only one that we're not required to have until after phase 1 is completed. But we have liability insurance. We have loss of rent insurance to protect the government if we're not paying rent. We have, what other insurance?
Commercial.
Well, you've got everything, plus the government has the option of requiring even more insurance. For example, terrorism insurance is not required, but if the government decides after 3 years they need it, they have to get it. Some new insurance is developed in the insurance market, and the government thinks it will protect its interest, they have to get that as well. The insurance clause, other than the windstorm insurance, is quite heavily favored in government to protect its assets.
Perfect. Thank you, Attorney Holt. And then just lastly, how confident are you in meeting your timelines?
You want to answer?
Yeah, so we're very confident in meeting the contractual timelines per the lease, and like we said earlier, hopefully improving on them significantly, depending on how quickly we can get permits for certain phases.
Do you see because earlier we spoke about the supply and demand chain, the supply chain being very limited. Do you see that being a hindrance to completing the project?
Yes, absolutely, which is part of the reason why we needed extended time frames to make this happen. It's, there's the completion of design, there's permitting, there is procurement of those long lead items, construction, testing, and commissioning. So while it seems like a lengthy duration, by the time you add in all of those items and then phase it across, multiple phases, we just needed time to complete all those things.
Okay. And lastly, Attorney Holt, are you utilizing the HDA, the Hotel Development Act Economic Recovery Fee?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Yes, we
Are
will.
you guys utilizing the Economic Recovery Fee?
Economic recovery fee. Is that the same thing? Yes, we're planning on applying for it.
Are you planning on applying for it?
That's correct.
Okay, please make Senator Veale proud. He is the sponsor of such legislation, so let's utilize that so we can actually push for our hotel development on St. Croix. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if my time was called, but thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Saru. At this time, any burning questions? We'll go to Senator Carrion. You're recognized for your burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We know that we have a capacity issue here in the territory when it comes to finding individuals with skills and qualifications. What conversations, if any, have you had with Department of Labor or UVI to form some sort of partnership to ensure you have the staffing for hospitality that you need?
We've been in communication with the UVI to create an internship program, and then also we've been talking to the public schools as well to create a program where people can come and shadow some of our team members. But having a more robust hospitality program would be really beneficial. My undergrad degree is hotel and restaurant management, and I really enjoyed that experience, and it led me to the career that I have now. So I think it can be very beneficial.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear you having those conversations. If you need any assistance, let us know.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Commissioner, is there a RFP being issued for a parking facility in town you're aware of? You're not aware of anything on the horizon for a parking facility in downtown?
No, sir.
Okay. Senator Veale, you're recognized for your burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Who are you having those discussions with in the Department of Education?
Marino, my partner, has been doing it, so I'm not sure the name. I could find out, though.
And Mr. Benton, how are you making out in terms of staffing and being, I know you're involved in so many projects right now. How many projects are you doing in the Virgin Islands now?
Right now, I think we're involved in 11 or 12 projects currently.
Are you going to be able to mobilize staff to get it done?
Absolutely. We hosted in partnership with Department of Labor, a career fair maybe last month, and we had over 300 individuals come through. Happy to report, I think we've hired over 40 from just that one job fair. So we are successful in staffing up the projects that we're involved in.
Okay. And Mr. Potter, you're also an architect?
Yes.
So you're the designer of the hotel development?
Yeah, I do the architecture and actually the interior design as well, and typically come up with the concepts for the restaurants.
Okay, and I think that's a benefit because we have a contractor and then we have an architect. So if we have anybody to blame, we blame both of you.
Ourselves.
It's your fault, and then you have real good legal counsel that would definitely push you to get it done because he's very, very interested in getting Christiansted back to what it used to be. And this is a step in the right direction. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Veale. At this time, I'll allow for the testifiers to do a 30-second wrap-up, and we'll start with you, Commissioner Thomas.
Good afternoon again to everyone, Commissioner Thomas. I want to take this opportunity to just say that it's been too long, but it's a project that is noteworthy and viable for the island of St. Croix. It's about time, and it's a good project, and the persons that's been selected to support us in getting this done can do a yeoman's job, and the proposal showed that. I wanted to say that while I don't like to toot my own horn. I'm going to toot my horn for the team at Property and Procurement. They did an outstanding job over the last 18 months, and this project is a testament to what you see is their hard work that they put in, and so I want to take this time to thank them. Again, I want to thank you guys, the legislature, the 34th legislature, for the opportunity to be here, and I want to again emphasize the importance and ask you to support this lease opportunity. It's been a long time coming, but we're here now. And now we're asking you to support this. And so thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. Thank you, Commissioner. And we add to the commendations to the DPP team in terms of making this work. And that's the reason why I ask if there's any area of improvement, so that we could be able to address that. But, certainly kudos for the work that has been done on the government side to make this a reality. We certainly appreciate it.
I'd just like to add that, we in 2019 when we started emphasizing on training. And so the entire team has been training, and we've been adding people as we go. But I'm proud.
Very well. Thank you. And I don't want to toot my own horn too, but I work with Property and Procurement to make sure that we create legislation in support of giving you the empowerment to do what you need to do there. Attorney Holt?
I just want to end by saying where I started. I've seen so many people come by and say they're going to develop this waterfront, and the whole time the waterfront crumbles and crumbles and crumbles. And when I saw the work that was being done at the King Christian Hotel, the quality of the work, the amount of money being spent, the creativity, the beauty, I signed right on to do whatever I could to help them with every project they can do in downtown Christiansted, because that's what will save this town. People coming to town, staying in town, they'll spend money in the restaurants, the shops, and it'll be revitalized. And so I thank you for the opportunity to come here today and introduce these folks, and I hope you approve their lease.
Thank you very much. Mr. Benton?
I would just like to say that, I wouldn't join the development team and invest my money in a group that I didn't feel very strongly in. And I can attest that Chris and his team, have a proven track record. It's not just talk. So you can see the tangible results of what they've done. I can also, attest to the fact that their group has a solid balance sheet. It's not just about the financing. It's all about the developer putting equity into these projects and not just using other people's money. And, they check that box as well. And then third, and probably most importantly, is caring about our community. You see Chris, you see his partners, you see the investment they're putting in. They do care about St. Croix. They're here, they're at the events, they're making things happen. And so when all three of those things come together and are aligned, we wanted to be more involved than just the general contractor. And that led us to also becoming part of the development team as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Pardo?
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Property and Procurement for facilitating this with us. It's been, since I came here 29 years ago for first time, I've always had my eye on that island, so it's pretty exciting to actually be able to be the one that's ushering it into something new. So thank you very much. Thank you to the legislature for listening to us today, and I'm really excited to bring this to fruition.
So I want to thank you as well for being here and investing in St. Croix and the people of the Virgin Islands. That entire corridor is really taking a whole transformation. You go up, I think we just saw the 3 posting of our Mokojumbis in that area, all the work that's being done all the way up to Gallows Bay. We have even the road that takes us now down into, by the cargo area. That whole corridor is really being developed. I can't wait to see the tall palm trees and everything else that I'm hoping that will go up in the near future. But I think it's a location that's we all can be proud of. And the work that has been done there. So again, kudos to the entire team for making that happen, and all of the individuals, yourself as well as the others that continue to invest in that corridor and really improving the infrastructures in that particular area. And on behalf of the Senate President, who's chair of the Committee of the Whole, thank you for coming before us today. And again, I want to thank those individuals, the Marco of St. Croix, as well as Mr. Retes Allembert, certainly Atta and Jihad Mesbit, Ms. Estelle McIntosh, the Department of Public Works, and of course the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Christiansted Harbor Resort, Hotel and Marina, LLC. Thank you very much to my colleagues, the central staff, all that continue to make this happen today. The Committee of the Whole of November 15th, 2022 is hereby adjourned. God bless.
Thank you.